Hello and welcome, connoisseurs of fine common cardboard, to today's live stream. And today we are playing Competitive Pauper Commander cPDH in preparation for this tournament right here. This is the Sanctuary Open Series run by BFine. And we're going to be doing some gameplay with some members of the community. And we're going to be testing our skills. We're going to be playing at tournament speed. We're going to be giving it our all. And we're going to be getting ready for this great tournament. If you too want to sign up for it, it is $15. Let's take a look at some of the details for this here event. You will have the ability to use Moxfield. If you want to use Moxfield playtest, make sure that you are indeed following the rules for it and read this very carefully. So all setups must be approved if you are permitted to play in the tournament. Let's see. Just want to make sure I've got the details of this right. Tournament will be proxy friendly. Do I have this right? I might actually be wrong on this. Let's see. All setups must be approved. Oh, actually, I don't know if this is actually Moxfield legal. I don't want to spread any misinformation. I thought I'd read this, but maybe I just speed read it through. Let's take a look and see. Tournament guidelines are here. So let's go take a look at those and just make sure that we're not spreading any misinformation here. That would be bad. Let's see. So let's search Moxfield playtest. Oh, wow. Probably should have figured this out before we went live here, but I thought I had it figured out. So perhaps somebody in chat can let me know if you have any inside information on this here registration link. But let's cover some of the other details before we move on here. Yeah, if we can't use playtest, that is totally fine. There have been issues with playtest in the past. Not that long ago, there were some instances of cheating and issues with deck manipulation and things like that. And so there's been kind of like, common cause allowed it. I think for the league, the Sanctuary server was allowing people to use Moxfield playtest. But for tournaments, it's possible that it may not be. There's certain things you can do to minimize or to dramatically minimize the amount of risk there is of malfeasance. And that is primarily by showing your full graveyard, showing your deck, so actually having a window capture for your deck, as well as a window capture for your life total turns, hand size, library, stuff like that, so that basically you can see if the number of cards in your hand is changing, number of cards in your library is changing. One of the easiest things you can do as well is just to make sure your graveyard is portrayed so that people can actually see it. They don't have to actually ask you, hey, can I look at your graveyard? So just a couple of things there. But yeah, make sure to go sign up. We got $15 per player to sign up, and 40% of the prize pool is going to go to first place. You're also going to have the chance to develop your own token in conjunction with Sanctuary for commemorating the victory, which is great. So great prize payout. It's going to be a good event. And yeah, very excited for it. So without further ado, let's get into some games today. I've got a new setup here on OBS. So let me navigate this real quick. We're gonna hop on over here to spell table, like so. And let's bring that bad boy up. There it is. Excellent. We're going to hop in the chat and talk to these fine folks here. Hello. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Let's see. Is my headset not on? Yeah, it's not on, of course. Of course it isn't. Yes. All right. Check, check, check. Can everybody hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Excellent. Excellent. How you all doing today?
Very good. Very good.
Excellent.
Good.
So today we've got Jam, we've got Maximum Magic, and Potestas. Is that how you want to say it?
That's
Potestas?
perfect. Yeah.
Potestas? Awesome. Cool. And where do you come from? Are you from Germany?
I'm from Germany. Yes.
You are? Okay, cool. Awesome. Very good. Well, guten Tag. And yeah. Mein Deutsch ist nicht so gut. That's about as good as it gets.
Don't worry. I've heard worse, very worse.
Oh yeah. Okay. Good. Good. Well, I had a lot of fun in Germany when I was traveling there. So yeah, I went to Berlin and Dresden, Garmisch-Partenkirchen, a number of places. So okay, so we actually do have a clarification from the sidelines here. Mizu saying entry is $16, the extra $1 of processing fee. That's great. Moxfield is allowing it for this tournament. Moxfield for this tournament, but has its own rules for approval. Okay, so we'll keep you all updated on what those rules will be. I suspect that they're mainly that you need to show your deck, you need to show your graveyard, you need to show the number of cards in hand, you need to show how many cards in library.
It's for Sanctuary?
Yeah, this is for the Sanctuary tournament. Just kind of going over that stuff.
Yeah, I was going to say Bobby needs, I think, proof of everyone's setup when you do these events.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm just talking about like the core sort of things that people need to think about, because it does take a moment. So don't wait till the day of the tournament if you're going to use Moxfield playtest, because OBS does take a moment to learn. Just like the resizing of the things, just know that you can drag the corners if you hold Alt while you do that, while you drag the corners, or from the sides, it'll actually crop it. Whereas dragging from the corners is going to give you an aspect ratio change without holding Alt. So basically just have your setup in a way that's going to show everything and not obfuscate anything. So,
and you can't have two, two simultaneous, captures is what he said. So it has to be on one capture, which is the annoying part.
One capture.
Yep. You can't have like a capture of your hand and then a capture of the play space. It has to be one.
Oh, interesting. So
because of what happened with the person who's cheating, yeah.
That's interesting. So is that to say it's all got to be one input?
Yep, correct. It's got to be on one scene, essentially. Yeah.
Interesting.
He can ask Bobby if you're curious.
Oh, I think.
You want to verify.
Yeah. This is all good stuff to be looking at, because there's a lot of like terminology specifics here. Because if it's all in one scene, that makes sense. Like everything should be on. There's actually, I don't know if there's any other way to do no other scene, because the issue might be with like sources. But the thing is, that sort of stuff is like really easy to suss out. If somebody's like using a source that is for a different input, like on a different Mox field or something like that, every time they draw a card, they're gonna...
Oh no, they were hiding their hand. That's why you have to have the same source has to have everything in it. You can't have like separate thing. You can't have like two separate. Oh, Potesta is asking to cut.
Oh yeah, go ahead. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, that's interesting. So some specifics we'll want to get details on. Perhaps be fine if you see this later on. You can leave it in the comments below, some clarification on that. So Moxfield will be allowed. Sounds like there's some very specific stuff there that you may need to adapt to. So definitely keep that in mind as we move forward. Let me get my OBS here set up. I have these two OBSs running right now because that's what we do to live stream. We're going to go playtest, and we're going to take our deck here today.
Oh, is that how you do it?
Mm-hmm.
That's how you get your webcam to go up, and then also have your regular cam right on spell table so you can click things. Okay, I was wondering about that.
And so frankly, it's not a fabulous system, if I might say. Ultimately, like the main problem being that there are issues associated with it there, and there are better ways to do it. But this is the system I've had. It's the one that I've been using for the last year and a half.
Okay.
And yeah, it's what we've got.
I'll have to try doing what you do. So if I want to show my webcam, I don't know. I was trying to do it in a scene. It didn't work. Yeah, so I had to do the overlay.
Yeah, so basically, like if you have two instances of OBS up, there's a couple things. The one that you close first is going to determine what gets saved. So if you make any changes on a second instance of OBS, you have to close the other one first to make sure they're saved. I've had a lot of work like undone doing that kind of stuff. The other thing is that you can only have your webcam going through one at a time. So basically when I'm streaming, I have one OBS that is capturing the spell table, and then it'll have me in it, like right now. And then I have another OBS that is using the virtual camera and using the OBS interface.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
You can't have your webcam and your virtual cam on spell table. Like, it won't allow you to click it.
It won't allow you to...
Okay.
Yeah.
Clay does it. That's why I'm trying to figure out how he did it. Okay, I'll have to ask.
Yeah, it's kind of a complicated setup. It's a bit convoluted. But here we are. This is what we've got. We have randomized. We also have chosen our commanders. We've got our player order here. I have a first hand of 7. But let's quickly go through 2, 1, 3. Yeah, that works. Yeah. Let's go really quick and take a look at what everybody is playing. We've got Potestas here, has Abdel paired with Sword Coast Sailor. So this is a classic blue-white flicker combo deck. And we have Jam here on Tempest Heart and scan the clouds. So this is an interesting one. This is a Simic slime deck, if I'm correct, Gem. That right? Simic slimes?
Yes.
Awesome. Cool. So Simic slimes, and the idea here is that we have a 2-mana spell that we can use to either pitch slimes into the graveyard or draw more of them. Later on, you can play the creature. Simic is largely, I think, the best color pair for slimes, and this is one of the commanders that Jam has been looking at, alongside stuff like Wood Sage, Zemek Guildmage, the Galloping Lizrog. Lately, I've been doing a lot of Wood Sage, and I really like that one too. And then in position 3, you've got myself here. Oh yeah, go ahead, Jam.
One interaction that is interesting is if you scan the clouds, the adventure side of the card, since the adventure goes to exile, and it's your commander, you can put it right back into the command zone.
Mm-hmm. That's right. That's right. There's some really interesting rulings on adventures. If you want to learn more about that, you can go to pdhhomebase.com, or I think it's that, pdhhomebase.com. The link is in the description below, and you can actually go and look at the rulings on that, because that's one of the complicated ones, is basically having an adventure in the command zone, and you can get all the specifics on that. So, and then basically you just get to cast Scan the Clouds for 2 extra every time. So you'd have like the first one is 2, second one would be 4. Is that what you're saying then, Jem?
Yes.
Yep, that's great. Awesome. And then myself here
I wouldn't be surprised if I
if
I didn't cast the heart.
If you didn't cast the heart, you're good. No worries. Yeah. The heart doesn't look like it's something that you would cast all that often, but it's there. It's available. It's a creature. It's kind of like when people play Gigantha. It's just like a creature. Right, 5/5 for 5, just sits in your hand. So then I have Legate Lanius. This is the Rakdos sort of straddles the line between control and midrange. Commander from the Fallout set, does some edicting and then grows itself. And then we've got Maximum Magic here. Max playing Poison Tip Archer. Let me flip your video around here. And Poison Tip Archer is a very cool commander. 4 mana for a 2/3 with Reach and Death Touch. Every time a creature dies, each opponent's going to lose 1. So we've got a Mass Drain effect on a Golgari commander. I love this commander. It's very cool.
This is built, actually. It's called Elves Just Want to Have Fun. So it's an elf. It has an elf tribal theme, but also is an aristocrats deck. So
cool.
Again, added extra theme to it.
You're going to get some similarities to like your Llanowar, Abomination of Llanowar, like Golgari elf deck. That's very cool. Awesome. So let's get started with this game here. Potestas, would you like to lead us off? Do you have a hand of magic cards that you would like to keep?
Yes, I have my 6 that I want to keep.
Excellent. All right. Well, let us get started. Everybody have a great time, and let's game.
All right, I'm gonna start.
Careful not to bleed your hand, by the way. Just FYI.
Ah, thank you.
Yeah.
A forest and pass the turn.
All right. We'll draw for turn. Swamp, Mortician Beetle, and I will pass the turn.
Draw. I'll play a swamp. I'll pass. Go ahead.
I think all your permanents just disappeared.
There we go. Sorry, I'm
They're
trying to
back.
get my inputs all worked out here. There we go.
Island, Signet, Frame Inspector, get a clue. Pass the turn.
Get a clue. I love it.
End of your,
That's
end of your turn.
Yeah, Ryan.
I will cycle this tranquil ticket.
okay. Got
New
it.
lighting now, as you can see, Ryan. I have 2 different light boxes I'm using actually when I play.
Nice.
It's
Excellent.
one of those heavy play mats that has a magnetic dice thing, which is also pretty
Cool. Very
If you're
cool.
interested in the cool playmat, that's
I will spend 2 mana to. That's an instant. Didn't even know that.
Yep.
It's better every time you read it.
That's
I'll
right.
pass.
Okay. I will draw for turn. Let's see. Let's go turn 2. We're going to play a mountain. We're going to go to combat. Let's push 1 here at you, Jam. Poke you for 1.
All right.
And then I'm going to pay 2 and cast a Charcoal Diamond. And with that, I will pass the turn.
I'll play a Forest, and I'll cast a Nightshade Peddler, and I'll pass after that. Go ahead.
And Max, it looks like your playmat might need your camera might need to just be sharpened a little bit if you change the focus on it.
Oh, I don't have autofocus on. Hold on.
Cool.
Yeah, I can do that. Give me a second. It's weird. Unless it did something weird. Oh, maybe when I disabled it.
Playing planes. Then playing
Oop. There you go.
Vessel of Endless Rest.
There you go.
I will not put something from my graveyard on the bottom of my library.
Okay.
There you go. It should work now. You just click
it's
that.
still
And it
looking
should
pretty
show up now.
hazy, but yeah, if you're able to improve that at all, that'd be great.
I mean, sure. Give me a second. It's probably because it's literally. I mean,
Anyone
I think the
can
key
punch?
is if you can click.
You
If
gonna
you can
pass?
click it, that's the key.
Yeah, I pass.
Oh,
End of your turn.
this you won't see because it's foil.
I'm gonna cast my commander from the command
works for
zone
me.
as the adventure. So I draw 2 cards and then I discard 2 cards.
Yep.
I will be discarding a forest and a slime against humanity.
Okay.
So I'll just do this thing that you often do.
There you go. I just sharpened
And
it.
I
for
will
you,
put-
but it's like
I'll put Tempest Heart right back into the command zone.
Cool. And then Jam, would you do us a favor here and just increase the zoom on your interface there so that everything's a little bit bigger? It's
Yeah,
really
sure.
small and it won't recognize it when I click on things. So get it up to like 140,
Mhm.
maybe 150%.
You just won't be able to see the cards in the library.
That's
That's fine.
That's fine for now. That's okay. Yeah. And actually, what I would do instead is, instead of what you're doing there, actually undo that or Control Z it, go into Mox Field and increase the zoom there.
there you go, Ryan. You
Zoom
should be able to
button.
click it and see.
There we
it
go.
now.
That's better. That's better, Max.
Okay, cool. I mean, I sharpened it for you. I mean, normally, as long as you can click it, that's the key for me. But
Cool.
yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, then take that. There you go. Bingo. There we go. Awesome. Cool. So we got a slime against humanity in the graveyard. Sweet. And we're going to your turn?
Yes. Let me just. Yeah, this is fine, right?
Mm-hmm. That's great.
see
Yep. You can
everything
just you can actually, it looks like you could drag the bottom part of your interface down using Alt. If you go
Yeah.
Alt and then grab that bottom tab and then pull the bottom of it down. There you go. And that's perfect.
Perfect.
Actually, you want to go just a little bit higher because your mana costs will show there. So just go a little bit higher on it till it's in the gray.
You.
Because when you hover over cards, it'll show the mana cost. So, yep, there you go.
Think you're
Little bits and
good to
pieces
go.
to master this.
Great.
Yep, you go to your turn.
Alright, yes, I will. It's a pretty good idea, I think. Alright, I'll just play an island and I'll pass.
Okay. Go to my turn. Swamp. Pay 4. Let's cast Stirring Bard. Any response to Stirring Bard?
Nope.
Arcane Denial.
Arcane
Got him.
Denial. Okay, sweet. I get to draw some cards. Love to see it. I will go to combat, and let's punch at you, Jam, for 1.
Mm-hmm. No problem.
And that Arcane Denial will be in your graveyard too. Looks like you might have dropped it in the other spot there.
Yes.
Cool. All right. And I will pass the turn. And on your upkeep there, I will draw 2 cards off of Arcane
I'll
Denial.
draw 1.
Yeah, command tower. What do I want to do here? Llanowar Visionary. Draw a card. Good.
Yep.
Cool. I will pass. I'll get whatever. I'll give this guy Death Touch. I'll pass after that. Good.
End of turn, crack the clue.
Yep.
Draw. Untap.
6 cards in the end.
Draw for turn. Play a land.
I will be right back.
Go for it.
Astrolabe. ETB.
Mm-hmm.
I assume that doesn't get counted.
No.
Draw a card. Tap 5. Attempt up the Argent.
I
Jam.
do not have any responses.
I have no
I'm not-
response.
I assume Max also doesn't have a response.
I don't. He has a swamp in place, so there could be a snuff out. So I think we'll just wait until he gets back here.
Sure.
If there were no swamp, we'd just say, move it on through.
Don't worry, I have foil.
Yeah, watch out. All right, Max. So we've got an Abdel on the stack here. Do you have any response? You're last in priority.
All right.
Nope, no response.
Make these 4 go under Abdel.
Mm-hmm.
Make 4 soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
Going to pass the turn.
All right. I will.
Missed 1 damage.
This-
God damn it.
Next turn button. I'm gonna spend 2 mana. I will play Grapple with the Past. So I mill 3, an Iceberg Cancrix, a Slime Against Humanity, and a Slime Against Humanity, and I will put this Cancrix into my hand.
Mm-hmm.
Oops, I'll do that. I will then play an Island and pass.
Okay, go to my turn. Well, we have a disturbing lack of pressure on the board here. This is not fabulous. Okay. Yeah, we could do that. Yep.
What's under Abdel, by the way?
Vessel, Astrolabe, Thraben Inspector, and Arcane Signet.
Nothing super crazy, just some rocks. Okay, cool. Thanks.
We're gonna go 4 mana.
Abdel is an avid rock collector.
Let's cast Legate Lanius. Any responses?
Nope.
Nope.
Okay. Lanius will trigger. Everyone will sack a creature.
Wait, isn't it?
Each opponent sacks a creature.
Not my 0 creatures. How could you do
A
this?
tenth
to
of
me?
the creatures they control?
Yep, so it's 1 rounded up. So it's always going to be 1, and then if somebody has 11 creatures, it's 2.
Sure.
Okay, so we're going to get 2 creatures, token and that thing, so we're going to get 2 counters here and 2 counters on the beetle. And then I'm going to put Mortuary Mire into play, and we're going to put that Stirring Bard back on top. And then I'm going to go ahead and... yeah, we're going to go Mortician Beetle here at... let's do it at UGM for 3.
All right.
Can't really punch anywhere else, so... And I'll pass the turn.
Play a Haunted Fire. I will then attempt to... I'll play my commander, why not? Sure. It's a 2/3. Whenever another creature dies, each opponent loses 1 life. It has reach and death touch, and I'll pass after that. Got
I'm cool with that.
Cool.
Mhm.
Your go.
Okay.
Yep.
Tap. Draw. I will play this very cool Ash Barons as my land for turn. Seagate Oracle.
Yep.
Seagate Oracle ETB. Check this one. I will go to combat. Captain Adrian at Jam.
Okay. It's 4.
That's for commander, yes.
Noted.
Second main, end step, pass turn.
All right. I have nothing at the end of your turn, so I will draw. And 1 blue to play Otherworldly Gaze. So I'll surveil 3 practically. So,
Yeah, it has been errated.
is this gonna like show the cards to you guys? I don't know where it will show up.
That right there. So this is one of the problems with the idea of having like one source, because there's stuff like this that you can't properly do if you do that way. So
Can I put it like
you
over
can-
to the right?
if you want to pull them
Because
off to
where
the
you
side
guys
where you
can't see
can't
it.
see it, that's an option as well. But yeah.
Okay, I'll do that.
Buddy, what's up? Welcome. Got Buddy's one of our newest patrons here. Gaze is a very underrated card. I agree. It is card disadvantage, but it is such an enormous amount of digging, and the fact that you have perfect, when you have choice around what stays and what goes, and you can kind of dig 6 cards into installments is fabulous.
I will then play Cynic Growth Chamber to bounce this island to my hand.
We have our first slime coming out.
I don't know. The Abdel player is kind of scaring me, so I'm not sure if I should hold up anything. I think I kind of gotta defend myself, though.
Okay.
Slime.
All right.
I would hold up because they can combo, but yeah, potentially.
Yeah, we're getting close, but this is a 6/6 slime. So for those of you watching,
Yes.
there's been mixed information on this, but slimes do not count themselves when you play them. So your first slime that you cast is a 2/2 with no other slimes in the graveyard. So currently he had 4. He played his 5th sort of slime card, and it's a 6/6. It comes in with 2 counters, so or 6 counters.
And that is my turn.
All right, excellent. I will go to my turn. Oh, surprise! Stirring Bard.
Slime in time.
Let's go. How do we want to do this? 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah. I think we're going to just go 1, 2, 3, 4. Gonna play this here Stirring Bard. And any responses to that? All good to go? All right. We're going to gain the initiative here. Let's drop these up here like that. And like this one, flip it over. We're going to add a counter here. We're going to go and look for a swamp. Play this, get the swamp here into hand. Let's go ahead and play this swamp. And okay, we're going to go to combat. And it's going to be these two here at you, Potestas.
That's all right. I will jump with a soldier each.
Okay. Sounds
Everybody
good.
lose 2 life. Yep.
Yep. Cool.
I will lose 2 life of the poison tip archer.
Yep. And
then
with yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. No. Yeah. I thought you had triggers, but you don't.
No triggers at all. Yeah, it's just on sacrifice. Let me just space these out a little bit more so we can see the names on them. Yeah, let's see. So we're gonna pay 2.
I can make Ryan's stuff bigger, which he doesn't realize. So
we're gonna play a fire diamond, and then I will pass the turn. Yeah, you know, Legate Lanius has some nice synergy with what other people do. You love to see it.
Yep.
Hey, Papoosh, welcome to the chat. Good to see you here. Games are going well. We're starting our first one. We're going to play till probably 8:30. So,
the forest.
Alex says he likes the haircut.
Yes.
Word.
An etched familiar.
Etched familiar.
When it dies, each opponent loses 2 life. I gain 2 life.
Yeah, I love this card.
This dude. Yes.
Yeah.
I would like to gain the initiative, hopefully, but I don't know if it's. Actually, no.
I think you should. I think you should probably punch. Yeah, punch Potestas. It's going to be really tempting for Jam, but I think he's probably got plenty of lands. He doesn't need that.
So I could. Well, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Let me think here. So you have 2 block. Yeah, I'll hit you for 2. Potestas. Oh, lost Ryan's board.
I will.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Gosh, I swapped the screens, which I'm doing things on because I want to be looking at you guys at chat when I'm doing this, but it's like very confusing.
That's one of the hardest things when you stream. Is keeping them.
I
I
will
know they made a Yakuza popper legal.
Just take 2. Okay.
not block and take 2. Yeah.
Okay, sure. To 2 commander. That's fine.
I have to.
Yeah, I'm thinking
Remember.
if I want to do anything here, like I can. There's just so many things I can do here. Huh. I'll pass. Go ahead. You're up.
At the end of your turn, I will attempt to flick out of fate up
I'll
to
respond.
Adrian.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll pass
Hmm?
priority.
Well, I guess
I
it goes technically to Ryan.
We're tapped out,
I
but yeah.
figured.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna ram through, targeting. Make my poison guy deal 2 damage or 1 damage to it, and then anything excess is dealt to the creature's card drawer instead. So yeah, I'll deal 1 to it, and
It's
then
2. It's 2. Your poison tip's 2 power, but doesn't really matter.
Oh, but it only
Has
has
death touch.
essentially. So you only have to deal. It has trample, so you only have to deal 1 to it. So then the remainder goes through, hits him.
If
Yep.
the creature has trample, you don't have trample, so there's no damage going to be bled through.
Oh, sure. Okay,
yeah.
then yeah, whatever. I'll kill your guy, and
Yeah,
then
that's it.
everyone will lose a life when that happens. Yep.
Any response to that, Potestas?
No, I'm good.
Yep.
Okay.
Everyone lost 1.
I will lose 1, and then I have a little bit of ETB stuff happening.
Yep.
Let's do it
Somebody
like
has to interact with him.
this. Clue first, then I draw a card for Astrolabe. I will not bond him. Oh,
You
it's
could
not a
bottom
May.
an ooze. You could bottom an ooze. That might actually not be the worst thing.
That's actually really
Shrink the
interesting.
oozes.
Yeah,
Shrink
I
the
will do that.
I
oozes.
think that
Yeah.
is.
Yep.
Yeah,
Jan,
I think that
please-
is
please
strictly the best.
It's
do
one
a-
of the very few ways that we have in
That's
the
a good line,
format to
actually.
make slime
I like that,
smaller.
yeah.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
That's a very good line. That's why I was thinking about that when I saw that. It's like they're relying on that.
And I am going to my
John.
turn.
Yep. And you got your clue, right? Yep.
Yeah, I got one clue. Untap and draw. Let's see. How big should my target be on my back? I mean, first I'm going to play a land.
I mean, if I was playing Abdel Black, I think you and I would both get targeted most likely. So equally. But I chose.
No,
to
it's
play a
just
fun
do I
deck
want to
instead,
do I
yeah.
want to get the initiative? You know, it's like
Oh, I mean, you could. It doesn't bend negative. It's not negative, right? Because you have more mana. Meaning you have more mana than up to interact and counter.
I would like to go to combat.
He does have a 0/4, just so you know. But yeah.
Yeah, I would like to attack with Oracle and Frame Inspector, both at Urian.
Okay. I'll block one of the damage.
Yes.
I'll block the
Alright.
Seagate Oracle. Sure.
Sure.
Okay. I'll take one. And then you will
Alright.
gain the initiative.
Zoom this out so that way you can actually see my graveyard because this is ridiculous. All right.
Yes, give me a second. I will look for
Just preloading.
an island.
There we go. Like, it's freaking foils. That's the only negative thing about it. If I push this further over, let's see. It's partially Ryan because I have a white ceiling and white wall, so that's part of why foils look weird. So I'm trying to make it so you can actually see them though.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
I think everyone can see them though. I don't think there's any issue there.
Hopefully
played
have
Roland
my
already.
Rhinus deck built in paper soon, so that'll be fun.
Yeah. For those of you watching, Jam sent me his cards to get signed, and I just sent them in the mail today. There's Erinis and Street Urchin, as well as some campfires. It's very cool.
I will tap 2 to cast Cloud of Fairies.
Ay.
ATB, untap 2 lands.
Oh, right.
I will attempt to cast Abdel and pay 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Yep.
That's a legal game action.
Mm-hmm.
Abdel on the stack.
Jam,
Nope, nothing.
I'm passing priority.
There's no mana floating. He has one island available.
He has one island. Yep.
Yep.
All
Sure,
right.
Abdel trigger. Yep.
I will put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 under here.
Sure.
Pretty spooky.
Here's my Eye Blight Massacre.
Get 6 soldiers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And pass the turn.
Small amount of soldiers.
Good thing we have a trampler in play, I guess.
I can get rid of 6 soldiers then, and then I'm defenseless.
Isn't it a 5/5 because one of your oozes went to the bottom?
No,
I
it's-
think it's
it's-
+1/+1 counters, so
counters.
they stay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then never mind. That's even better then. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Slimes are excellent. They're very good.
Trying to stack my mana better and all over the place.
Cool.
There we go. Alright, played an island. I will play slime.
Make another 6/6.
Yep. Here, isn't there a clone button?
Make a
I swear
teckle.
there was a clone.
So it's make a token copy. Yeah. Yep. Cool.
Okay, and then I'm going to attack the player that has the initiative.
So
That would be me.
Potestas.
Yeah,
Yes.
I will not block.
Alright. I'm not sure if the initiative token is on my thing.
It should be on the right side. Yep. So if you create one and then there you go. You can always go hover over the other one, go X and then F to flip it. Is the way the hotkeys for it.
Mm-hmm. Alright. I will go into the secret entrance.
Mm-hmm.
Get myself a basic. Is this another thing where it'll show you my entire deck?
That's fine. You just go V and then just find a land.
Yep.
Oh, it's
We
on the
won't be
right.
able to see
I
it
was
because it's on the
forgetting.
right side. Yeah. One of these days it'd be awesome if Moxfield had some modularity where you could like pull the different objects around.
Yep, that's when Wizards will own it and not do a
I
very good job of running it.
Hopefully
That's what will
not.
happen if
Hopefully not.
And
Well-
that's
Yep.
my turn.
Okay. We're gonna go to my turn.
I don't even know if they manage Spell Table, to be honest. I think Spell Table is like consistently just like a side thing for them.
How do I want to do this here? It's not likely we're getting the initiative this turn. Oh, I guess we would have to attack Jam, which isn't really my jam.
Those don't seem like good attacks. Yeah.
Well, I can give something menace. And
Then yeah, I guess you could.
but I'm not.
technically
The
take
jam
it.
isn't really the one I want to be hitting right now. So that's the bigger thing.
Probably the Abdel player, right? The most combo, the
Right.
Next.
tier 1 deck that's at the table, or the tier.
But I think
1.5
part
deck.
of it is that like
You and I both can like
trading the
stabilize
initiative
the
around
board.
right
Yeah.
now is actually kind of good. Let's go. How about this, Jam? I'm gonna poke you with this Mortician Beetle, and I'm not gonna give it menace, so that I can give menace to the Legate.
Oh right, if you replay the Legate, then you can get rid of a lot of his tokens. I see. Yeah, and Abdel. Okay, that makes sense. Yes, I don't hate this play actually.
So, Jam, I presume you won't be blocking the Beetle.
1 second.
Because I can
It doesn't have menace.
I
You
can
could
make it.
block
I can give it menace. But I'm saying that I'd rather eat 2 tokens from Abdel by giving this menace.
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay.
I'll agree to that.
Okay, that's fine. So I will Stirring Bard on Legate Lanius for Medicine Haste, and then I will attack you, Potestas, and then Mortician Beetle at you, Jam.
I will block with 2 soldiers.
Yep. Okay.
Everybody will lose 2 life when that happens.
Yes. That's the other way we can push damage. So
This is what Ryan is using. Ryan's using me as a way to train.
That's correct.
Neutralize the table so you can kill me later.
yeah, you know,
Or it might be the other way around.
Well, I
see.
can't push damage on Potestas because he's got a board of creatures, so things dying will do the
There's
trick.
like a really cool deck though, where you just sit in the corner and just chill while everyone else slowly.
Oh yeah, while you like all
withers
block, and
away.
I just drain the table. I mean,
Yeah.
I like this kind of deck.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm trying to
But it
figure
also
out
helps
what
there's
to
an
do.
Abdel player
Regrets
at
for
the table.
1.
There's an Abdel player also at the table, which is probably why no one's really
3, 4.
going after me, which is relevant.
Excellent.
We're gonna cast.
Unless he just decides to
Siphon
wrath.
Mind?
Well, if you wrath, oh god,
I would have wrathed first.
discard a card, right?
Everybody
Okay,
discard
sure.
a card, and I will draw a card for each card discarded.
What on earth will I let's discard this Witch's Cottage that does
discard this
nothing.
Forest.
I will
Okay.
discard Blur.
Blur, Forest, and Witch's Cottage. Okay, and then I will draw 3. 1, 2, 3. Because it really needs some interaction. That's kind of what the doctor.
With Abdel,
ordered
yeah,
here.
you do. You really do.
Yeah. And then I'm gonna.
This is
play...
just not a good card if you don't have 3 swamps, so it's otherwise.
Actually,
100%
do
cuttable.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, we're gonna play a swamp, and
could have dive down, just FYI, if you do try and kill Abdel now.
I
There's
don't
some
have
sort
that
of
capability
others.
right now, so we're gonna.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and I'm gonna enter the Undercity here. We're also gonna forge off of this here, so it'll go 2 counters on the Mortician Beetle.
Fuck. Yep.
So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and then with that, I'm gonna pass the turn.
All right. Are you willing to let me hit you for 2 so I can get the initiative, get a land?
If you miss your land drop, yes.
If you missed your land drop, yes, but otherwise, no.
But I think your attackers are
I
allocated
love
better.
missing a land drop.
I think that the
I'll play Falconwrath, Noble.
Falconwrath Noble.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
We're gonna turn this game into a real game.
Anybody got an answer to that?
What does it do?
It's gonna deal
it just
1
makes
damage.
you drain. It makes someone drain. I target the player. It's Blood Artist, basically. It's not symmetrical drain, for the record. I wish it
I
was.
won't
I will
deal with it
customize
as long as you don't target me for a couple of rounds.
Well, yeah, if you're not hitting me with 25/25s, I don't think I'm going to target you. Because my experience is playing with Bray, and he made 25/25s, and I was like, or I don't remember who it was. Maybe it was Ray who made them.
Yeah, Ray Vamati.
Yeah, Ray did it. And I was like, what is this crap? He did that. All
We got a
right.
bit of a slow hand.
You think here? I mean, I want the initiative at this point, so I'm going to be taking the initiative.
You've got your land drops.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm still taking the initiative. You can
Yeah.
do whatever you want. That's fine.
cool.
I'll swing 3 at you, Ryan.
3 at me.
Yep,
Let's
just
see
3.
here. With the Etched Familiar. Let's think about how
Okay,
we
kill
want
my
to do
Etched
this here. Yeah, we'll just take
I did
3.
discard one of my
1,
lands.
2,
Okay,
3.
cool.
We'll take it. You can
Excellent.
grab this here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I will do that. We'll grab a. Let me get my. I'll get that in a minute. Grab a basic. I guess I'll grab a swamp because I remember how I discarded one of my black sources, which is unfortunate. And then I will play a sack outlet. So I have my own sack outlet out. Just give me a second. Actually, do I play? This is a hard choice. It's interesting. Just on one hand, I could do that. And I have 2 options. So I'm debating what the correct option here is. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to. No, because sack outlet means your thing gets bigger. I don't want that.
I'm not punching you. Not yet.
No, I wouldn't worry about that.
Okay, all right. I'll pass after that, and let me find my initiative token. You're up. Go ahead.
Edicts just aren't very good right now, and I don't know that you want to kill the slimes right now.
Oh, I mean, I have a creature that sacks creatures. Is what I was trying to say. That it's a sack outlet, not an edict. That's
Cool.
what I meant to say.
All right,
But I
on to
don't
you,
want to give you
Potestas.
extras. Yeah, I don't want to give you extra.
Drew and update my land for turn. Let's see.
Token at. Other tokens.
I mean, I don't think I can rage really. I will attempt Archaeomancer.
Oh God.
Jam?
That probably should get counted.
Yeah, I will cast Counterspell.
This bit.
Ducks. I tried.
Archaeomancer. Just looking this up for the folks watching here. And then we've got a Dispel on the stack as well.
Are you looking it up for yourself, or you're looking it up for people?
Just yeah. I bring all the cards up for people. It just takes me a second. Dispel. Well, I have nothing to do about that. Yep. Go ahead. So we'll resolve
Nice
those.
knowing you.
Yeah,
If
maybe.
you can exile his graveyard,
We'll
you might
see.
be able to stop him.
It's not a whole lot right now that would matter.
Archaeomancer ETB.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually a good, difficult choice here for me. So
You gotta get back to Dispel, man.
I'm
That's
thinking
not what
about
he's-
it.
Oh, really? Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
That's an interesting
Fear
play.
me.
Like, I mean,
That's a scary play.
Fear
that's
me.
also
Flip
suggests that
authority
you
in
want
the
to protect you want to protect, but then if somebody exiles your graveyard, you're in a lot of trouble. So it's like, yeah, it's like a catch-22 sort of. I don't play the blue version. I play for everyone who's on.
I will return this spell.
Okay.
I
Targeting
mean, I'm just
dispel.
sitting in the corner here, clearing my sinuses.
Okay,
Actually,
let's
according
keep. So hold on one sec before we keep going. We are going to do this like a tournament prep. So let's keep the like chatter down and let's just focus on sequencing and stuff. We have him targeting dispel, just so we're clear to the viewers and everything. What's happening right now? He's targeting dispel. Passing priority. Jam.
I have no responses.
Okay, I'm passing as well.
Okay, cool. So you have Dispel in hand. I'm just writing this down. Where's my sticky note? What I need.
Let's see. 3 blockers there for Max.
Yep.
I don't think I survive another turn, not gonna lie. I will try momentary blink target Abdel.
Jam.
Go ahead.
Okay, so it looks like I need to do something. Try to do something here.
Yep, your turn as the black player to try and interact with him.
Well, yeah, and unfortunately, we're not looking excellent here. Could
Well, they don't have man. He doesn't have man for Dispel, so that's the good news for you. So if you have an instant and can kill Abdel, that's
Yeah, I'm tapped out currently.
yeah, that's ideal.
I can have daze and foil. No, I can't have foil because I only have 1 card in hand.
Yeah, exactly. We know the card, right? It's Dispel.
Yes, it's this play.
All right.
how do I do this here? 1, 2. So my hits are. That's possible. Snuff.
How many rocks do you have under there? Can you actually blink again or no?
I have Arcane Signet, Vessel of Endless Rest, and I have Cloud of Fairies.
Oh, right. You have Cloud of Fairies.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have to actually deal with this. Yep.
Well, I guess let's see. So if he flickers this, those things come back in. He's going to untap 2 lands. He'll have 4 mana, which will allow him to. Because he's gonna blink the Archaeomancer as well. Archaeomancer is gonna pick up, I presume, Blur. Blur would do 3 mana to draw the card. He'd have 1 mana for Dispel. So that looks okay. So we're gonna go 1, 2 here, and let's go Fanatical Offering.
Oh my god.
And I'm going to sacrifice this charcoal diamond here. Because, charcoal diamond. Yep. So let's click this one here. Sack that. And then I'm going to draw 2. 1, 2. Okay. And then we're going to make a map token. And, wow. Yeah, we actually hit it.
Did you get Terminate?
Yeah, Terminate. That's
Exactly, Terminate?
Pretty fucking,
Oh my
pretty
god.
base. And this Terminate's going to target. You might have days. You might have days, but
He does it. We know the card in
I
his
have
hand. It's
Dispel.
Dispel.
oh, that's right,
I'm not
Dispel.
gonna
Yeah.
I
So
took a screen. I literally.
this is going to go Terminate on, and the momentary blink is targeting Abdel, correct?
Abdel, yes.
Yes. I'm going to Terminate Abdel.
That works.
Yep.
Everybody lose a life, and Ryan, you'll lose a life from this thing. I'll gain a life.
Wow, that was close. That was really close.
Almost well,
I thought you had the removal in your hand. I didn't know you were digging for it.
No.
That makes me even more nervous that you got lucky on that one. Jeez.
Well, ETB. I don't think I win anymore, but Let's see. So Cloud of Fairies first.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Arkham's Astrolabe, draw a card. Flame Inspector, make a clue. Seagate Oracle. The fuck is this?
Is it High Tide? High Tide would be pretty brutal, wouldn't it?
I don't think.
Oh,
Let's see.
God.
High Tide would do 2, 1. Actually, yeah, that would be still sufficient potentially, because you go.
Well, Abdel costs 9 now, I believe. Yeah, it was
Oh
7.
yeah,
it costs 9 now.
without Abdel in play, yeah. But High Tide
He's
can
got a
make
bunch
of
Cloud of
rocks.
Fairies go off. If it's a
Yep.
snap, I don't know. Snap High Tide. No.
I will take this one. This one goes to the bottom.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, the funny thing is
Uh,
too, though, is like how much you've got enough.
Vessel of
for-
Endless Rest will put a slime on the bottom
Slime.
of
Yay, more slime.
James Larry.
Chat
No.
the hidden slime tech. The
It's
anti
the right play.
Mhm.
Oh man, I didn't even think
They're
about
gonna be
that.
forever
Do that.
6/6s. They're never going higher, man.
It's still pretty big.
Yeah, Test is I like one of the best win rates with Black White Abdel out of everybody who's plays it in the groups.
Serum
Visions.
visions.
Oh, actually, I don't say it's fine. Yeah, see that resolves. I don't care. Go for it, man.
Oh, that's 2 cuts. This is only 1. And then I scry 2.
Mizu says
top
Ryan
order.
might have some bad flashbacks of High Tide. I don't know why. It's not the High Tide. It's actually the Tithing Blade. That's what gives me nightmares.
Tithing Blade? Oh man, yeah. If I was playing
Well, no,
Black White
the-
Abdel, you would have nightmares about
No,
that
no,
card.
the Tithing Blade in the tournament that we played, where my Tithing Blade took out my TPI on turn 2, and then I just was
pretty
never
good.
able to
Yeah.
cast any of my interactive spells, and then we died to the combo player. It was pretty savage.
Wait, was there a Gretchen player there?
No, Mizu was playing. Mizu-san, who won the tournament, was playing Scholar of
Oh.
Ages. And
Oh,
had
as
a really
in
explosive win.
Yeah,
Very
that's a
impressive.
little greedy, I think, to get rid of your thing that early.
That's the
Just
turn.
the control player that can help.
Hmm
Yeah.
I will reorganize my stuff, but I will pass.
Cool.
You're up, Jam.
Oh boy.
Yeah, but that says I didn't drain you because I'm not a mean person.
So we have what's
Another.
I don't know
hour.
if I'm the threat anymore. We will see.
so you have momentary blink, and you have let's see, commander has
Dispel
only been killed
Enhancement.
once.
You know about it.
Twice. And you killed twice.
Momentary blink is in the
that's-
graveyard, right? That has flashback.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It has
Yeah.
flashback, but it has flashback for 3 and a blue.
Yep, and Abdel costs
am I
9 mana right now. Yeah.
Up there costs 9 mana right now. Yes.
Who has the
Uh-oh.
initiative currently?
I do.
Max does. Yeah.
Is it fine if I just lightly tap you to take it?
For
I mean, he's got
6?
31
No.
life. I think it's time to maybe
I mean,
hit him a little harder.
We'll see.
Yeah,
We'll see
at
what
this
I'm gonna
point.
do.
I'm lightly tapping you for 36. I'm gonna do attack, or not 30.
36.
Just
That's
6,
bold.
just 6.
Just for
can
6. I'm gonna play Guiltleaf Ambush. Oh, actually, wait a minute. You scried, right? On the top. Potestas, did you keep anything on top?
Yes, I did 1 top, 1 to bottom.
Now the question is, so here's
I think
the
you
key.
should
If
just
I
take the
clash-
damage, Max.
No, I'm doing this. I clash with opponent. If I win, those creatures gain Death Touch until end turn. Yeah. I'm still gonna do it. Yeah, I'll target you.
Who
Let's
is you?
see so what happens? We clash. So we both reveal. Each clashing player reveals the top card of his or her library, then puts that card on top or bottom.
Can you name the
Player
card?
who wins.
I can't click on it.
Guilt Leaf Ambush. No,
Guilt?
it's 'cause this. Hold on. Leaf Ambush. There you go. Now click it. It's because there's glare.
Yes.
The sleeve has something on it. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So me is the Potestas, right?
We both flip. Yep. We both flip. Yep. It's a land. It's a tie. I'm not actually sure how this works. Okay. So it says,
no. You have to be higher, I think.
well, it says each clashing player. Well, we have to look this up now, Ryan, because it doesn't
Well, a player
say...
wins if his or her card has a higher converted mana cost. So you don't meet that criteria, so you don't get it.
Okay, I'll put that on the bottom. I don't want that.
That's pretty funny.
That works. All right, cool. I have 2/1/1 elves. And yeah, sure, I'll take 6, whatever.
All
1,
right.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay.
I will flip this island again.
You gonna keep the island on top? Or are you
Yes.
gonna keep it put it on the bottom? Okay. Cool. You have the initiative. How do I put his money? Elf tokens. I know I have elf tokens somewhere. Oh wait.
Okay. So you're getting the initiative, putting counters on something, I presume?
Me?
Yep.
I think I'm gonna scry too.
Okay.
Transform.
This is where I had elf tokens.
I will move them both to the bottom of my library.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And I will pass the turn.
Wow. I will draw for turn. And
There we go.
Hmm. 4, 5, 6, 7. So yeah. We're gonna play. Let's play this Bajuka Bog, and we're gonna target you, Potestas.
I figured.
That is the first time in a very long time I have gotten anything with Bajuka Bog, to the point where I'm almost just like wondering why I put it in decks anymore. Like, but that is,
Really?
yeah. I mean,
Very
genuinely,
different.
like it just frequently doesn't hit anything, and so
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know.
Sure.
It's in sorcery speed, graveyard hate usually isn't good, but it does clean up after if somebody doesn't manage the combo. So
You
I
don't
guess
want it
that's
in your
where.
opener, I'll tell you that. You don't want it to be your like land in your hand, that's for sure.
Let's
I
go
don't disagree
ahead
there.
and
Get my tokens.
I guess it's better with crop rot.
yeah.
That's
That's basically the.
Legacy. They play that.
Yeah, that's the really
Even
good
that's-
home for it. Is in Golgari
Even that's
or like
and even that's
Sultai.
not that good.
Actually, Sultai is a really good home for it because you can get your Mystic Sanctuary as well as your Witch's Cottage
Well,
and your Bajuka Bogs and everything like that too. So that's a really good home. Okay, I got to figure out what to do with my turn here because we got stuff happening. Well, I'm thinking.
not have elf tokens. What do I have?
Mirror cards. Okay.
Whatever. These are
Gonna
players.
tap here. And let's go ahead and cast this. I don't know what to do. We are going to come and get the initiative. I think we're just going to poke with Legate.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah. So let's go.
Those are elves, by the way, just FYI.
Yeah, you got elves. I'm not loving this double poison tip archer Falconwrath noble thing right now. This is definitely not where we want to be. It's going to start to take a lot of damage from that. So I could kind of sit back and see what happens.
You haven't already taken a lot of damage? I'm pretty sure you have.
What's that?
I was saying, I'm pretty sure you've been taking 2 every time his stuff dies, every time they have.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. I have taken a lot of damage off of it. That's what I'm.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's.
I'm actually keeping the Abdel player alive, for the record. It's
Mhm.
probably important to do.
Yeah.
If there's like
Boy.
a pestilence or a crypt rats that's coming out, then I think
It's
one
going to
of
be
us
very
is dead.
serious. Yeah, I think you'll definitely die. I will be very close to death. So what we're going to do here is we're going to play Gloomfang Mauler.
Yep.
And Gloomfang Mauler on the stack.
Good on my end.
Okay. I am going to ETB. We're going to back up. And I think that the backup is going to go onto the Mauler itself, maybe? That might be the way to go. Well, actually, no, it isn't. It isn't. Oh, that's not how that goes. Reset. We're going to put 2 on the Beetle, and we're going to put a Menace token on him for this. Or Menace, what is it? He just has Menace this turn.
Yep.
And then I'm going to go Stirring Bard, tapping, giving Gloomfang Mauler haste. And then I'm going to go to combat. And I'm going to swing with Mortician Beetle and Gloomfang Mauler at you, Max, and 4 at you, Jam, for the initiative. The trap is not going at you.
I'm throwing my 2 elves at your 7/7.
Okay.
I will not block.
2 elves with the 7/7.
So
And
let's
then
see.
you'll-
Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to lose a total of 4 life.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to target you
everyone,
with this.
right?
No,
Oh,
you're
no,
just
no.
you all are losing 2. I'm targeting Ryan with Falcon Red.
Right.
So
Okay,
I'm going to
1,
make
2.
you lose 4.
1, 2.
So I'm going to take 5, and I'm going to
Probably smart. I got like hit like 3 times or something, and
2,
they
3.
are treading initiative around.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I took 3 total because I gained 2. So,
Yep.
yeah.
All right. I will gain the initiative here, and I will enter it. And let's see. I think.
Are there any archer triggers?
Yep.
You
the
should have
archer
lost
triggers.
2 life. Yep.
So you'll lose 6 in total, Jam.
Wait, how are they losing 6?
Because he's taking
Only
4
lose-
off of Legate, and he's taking
Oh, sure, yeah.
two
Command
triggers off of
advantage.
you.
But only elf, just 2.
And then I'm going to trap you, Max, for 5.
Okay, sounds good to me.
And then with that, I will. We're going to pass the turn.
Cool. I can kill Ryan.
Yeah, you could probably do it.
Potentially.
I mean, we would get the initiative probably.
I
so-
probably want the initiative first. Yeah, of course.
Yep, but you've got an army of 6/6s that probably are
Play Carrion Feeder.
happy to make your day.
Play a Blood Throne Connoisseur.
Oh. With that on the stack, I'm going to.
So wait, is this with the? Because we went a little too fast here. Carrion feeder on the stack. Is everybody
Carrion Feeder's first. Yeah.
okay?
So-
Any response to the
I'll
carrion
let you-
feeder?
I didn't even see the carrion feeder.
What's that?
It's not-
Yes. Yeah, I didn't even see the carrion feeder, frankly.
So I'm playing
gonna
carrion
give
feeder.
my untapped ooze hexproof, and I'll gain 6 life.
Yep.
Oh,
Sheltering
okay.
bird.
Sure.
Any responses to the
Okay.
sheltering word?
And
Yep, nothing from me.
How many cards do you have in hand? Jam?
I have 3.
Okay. So this resolves?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to play Connoisseur. Is that resolving?
Why
for
did
me.
you gain 3 on the slime? You should gain 6 on that.
I did gain 6, didn't I?
Oh, there you go.
They were at-
Now it is.
yeah.
Yep. Cool.
Yep. So is this resolved, Jam?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So Ryan, you
That's
have
fine.
the initiative right now.
I
I'm
do
actually
have the
not gonna
initiative.
poke you for that. I'm just going to take the initiative from you. That's
Yeah.
all.
Yeah. That's what I
Um,
expected.
If you're cool with taking 2, yeah. I'm
I
gonna
have
do
no
2
choice
to
in the
you.
matter.
Okay.
I'm taking it.
Can you take 2?
Yep.
I'm gonna, I guess. I'm gonna make
Anybody
something big.
else?
I don't think- Is that good? Everyone good with me dealing 2 and taking
Yeah.
the initiative?
Yep.
Mhm.
Okay, cool.
That's fine.
I'm going to scry. Yeah, screw it. We'll scry. I want that on the bottom. That can stay on top. And I will pass my turn. Go ahead. I am hellbent right now. So if you want to combo off, go for it.
At the end of your turn, I would like to tap 2 and crack a clue.
Sure.
Draw this very mystery card.
Yeah, the mystery card, the land,
Yeah.
the land that we know.
And then my turn?
Longer than the
Go ahead.
spell. Yeah. Go for it.
Untap.
with the dispel in your hand that we have already known about
Sure.
many turns.
Yeah.
Just gonna do this. So there's like there. Oh, SpaghettiOs.
1, 2, 3, 4,
That's
5,
exactly.
6, 7, 8, 9.
Yep, that's 9 mana. But at
Update.
least you don't have any extra mana, so that's good, I guess.
Update on the stick.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Pass priority.
I will.
So
What
you
is
now
it?
do your triggers to announce what you're gonna target, right?
I will put these under update.
Yep. That's a lot of stuff. Holy crap.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Jeez.
Couple of soldiers. Nothing to worry about.
Yes.
I mean, that's a lot to worry about.
fear.
Just play charge now. Play charge for 1 white and kill somebody. +1/+1 to everything. Yeah.
I will play Cloud Shift target update.
That you probably want to counter. Yeah.
In response, I will play. What's this?
Confound.
Confound.
Nice.
target
Well
them.
done. Excellent interaction.
Yeah.
That'll do it.
Alright.
I smell a beat
Throw my
stick.
cards back.
I smell a lot of creatures coming at you now.
Oh yeah, it might be over for me.
Yeah. Because if you block his creatures, I think you'll just die to the poison tip.
Actually,
That's
feels
that's
more
kind of
damage.
funny, not gonna lie.
Yeah,
Uh,
right? Like-
Well, this poison tip
like-
Falconwrath thing has got to go.
Who do
Like
I want to
Hey, you
king
could have
make?
you could have stopped it at any point, man. You could have stopped it at any point.
I couldn't.
Yeah, I
No, I
really
didn't.
fucked it up. Shit, I played a misplay last turn. So yeah,
Yep, that's correct, Mizu.
I really start to play this game. At times that my brain is still functioning.
You are on the other side of the world, and it is hard to
I
play
think it's like
at
1
late
a.m.
time.
where
Yeah.
you are, 2
Yeah,
a.m. where
exactly.
you are. Yeah, it's very late. Too late, in my opinion.
It is 2 a.m. actually.
2 a.m. Yeah. That sounds
Well,
about right.
first of all, Potestas, thanks for joining us in such a late hour. I appreciate you being here, and it's good to get a game in with you.
I mean, I gotta, have some reps as
And this game is far from over. This is definitely anyone's game right now.
well. I think I'm gonna pass.
Yeah, I mean, you
I
just
don't
like
think it'll be mine.
Abdel has the secondary mode of being like, I have 12 tokens in play, figure it out,
I actually have 13 tokens in
He
play.
has 13, but he
13
also
tokens.
has this
Okay.
to deal with.
Yeah. Good. Okay.
It could kill somebody outright. Just
But I think with the life totals right
cards do you have
now,
in hand?
it's
Yeah.
Might actually be in my best interest to goad something.
Oh, you could goad it so it don't attack you. That's a good point. Yeah.
I
If
think you should.
attack
I think you should trap. I think you should.
If I attack,
Oh, you
if I
can't.
attack maximum, then I'm just gonna
Yeah.
get hit with a whole bunch of triggers if they block with anything.
Well, you're gonna get hit trigger. Like the triggers are gonna happen, right? Like these things are in play, and there's a sack outlet. So, assuming that
Yeah.
you have kind of a certain amount of damage. Now, the question is, do you think he's actually going to sack his whole board to do that? The answer, probably not.
No.
So the threat of sacking his
might as well
board,
just poke the bear.
you should probably swing with your stuff to, because this Falconwrath Noble situation it's the life gain that's the problem actually.
I'm getting 1
I
life.
will-
That's it. I'm getting
I
all
will attack
life.
6 at maximum.
It's max, but yeah, that's fine. I'll take 6. Sure. Ow.
It's in the name. Okay.
Literally, I have it says max. Yeah, on there. Yeah, it's fine though. Cool.
Anything else?
You got the initiative. Now get Ryan.
Yeah.
Get him. Get the black red play.
You could goad my 7/7, but it's not coming
Okay.
at you.
I'm assuming Ryan, he's a cool guy. He won't attack me.
I'm not killing you this
when
turn.
I'm not.
No,
Yeah.
no.
So I should probably goad one of the
Abdel,
things on
go to
Max's
Abdel.
board.
Goading Abdel is a great idea.
You could go to Abdel. It isn't the worst thing ever.
No one has flyers, it looks.
Goading
so no matter
Abdel
have
could
a flyer.
cause Abdel to die in combat next turn.
Yeah, that's true. Yep.
So
Question is, am I concerned about Abdel?
You should be, because they have 13 tokens, and those 13 tokens will kill you potentially.
I'm definitely
Or
goading
Umax,
something.
that's also a possibility.
That is possible, but I might have a surprise on top of my deck. We'll see.
I'm gonna go to Abdel.
Okay.
All right. Let's see.
How many cards are in your hand, Jam, right now?
I currently have 4 cards in my hand.
And Jam, just as a heads up, you do have the otherworldly gaze sitting in your graveyard. So
I do, yes.
okay. Anything else from you, Jam?
Second main phase. I don't think I've played land. Played forest. Or I'll sequence. How about that? Iceberg Camcrix. Forest.
Mm-hmm.
So I will mill 2.
Sure.
A Dispel.
Uh-oh.
And a Thirsting Roots.
Those seem good with your oozes, actually.
Those
All
are cards.
otherworldly gaze.
Yep.
So I will surveil another 3. Alright. I will put the Ghoul Caller's Bell and Slime into the graveyard. Keep one of them on top. Then it's Slime time.
Yep.
Make a 7/7. And that'll be my turn.
Sure.
Okay. I will untap.
Yes, Exiled Rich.
Those are big oozes. Yikes.
They are big boys indeed.
I don't have initiative anywhere, by the way, Ryan, so feel free to go up.
Yeah, Jam has the initiative. Let's see.
Oh my god, you have 7 cards in? That's way too many cards.
Yeah. It's nothing that's like
Sure, Rakdos deck.
super terribly
It's probably a
useful
land,
right
I'm
now.
sure. I'm sure you've got like 3 lands, like Bray always shows, like 3
Yeah,
lands.
I mean, yeah, I can show you 3 of them here if you'd like.
Oh man, was I right? Did I call that? I'm so good at
3
this game.
of the cards. I can show you
Yeah, yeah.
exactly 3 lands, or I could show you more, but I'm going to keep that. Yeah.
No, you're good, you're good. No, you're fine.
Yeah.
We'll try to find another land with the token. If
Yeah.
Yeah. Try and find
You
another
know,
land.
it's something I'm heavily considering doing. Yeah. Just, make the Lanius a little bigger and, how do I want to do this? One, 2, 3, 4, 5. So
Turn this on. See what's happening.
we all take a lot of damage if anything from Potestas dies, which is kind of fucked up.
Who
Probably
knew
going to
that
happen.
was gonna work? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's possible, Ryan, I might be able to just kill him on my turn, though. I'm not gonna tell you how, but
Potestas full swings at me. I think I'm completely dead.
Yeah, but I'm also dead because if 13 things die, I take 13 damage off my 14 life. I don't.
Yeah, it's quite complicated.
So
The
only up
blood
to 2 would die.
blood artist cards being in play is always weird math.
This is the worst of all of them, for the record. So to everyone in chat, this thing only is one
Just a target player,
and
but it is
and
also
I don't
the-
gain life for each creature that dies. It's only 1 life. So yeah, it's significantly worse than what do they call Zulaport cutthroat type cards versus symmetrical drain like this, or Gary, or those things are just way better in my opinion.
I'm just
I think
bringing
these
it up
cards
on
are
screen
still-
here. Yeah.
I wish it was a gain life for each creature that dies, because that would be amazing. Wizards.
Well,
Wizards power creep
It
it.
is. Not for each opponent, but it's for each creature.
Yeah, but you don't gain life equal to the life loss like you do with other stuff. So it's
I'm
not as good as
wondering-
it's one person.
I'm
I target. It's
feeling
not like-
quite cagey right now about all of this. And
as you should.
yeah, but I think I do want to come and get the initiative.
You draw another land. Yeah, there you go.
No, I don't want to do that.
No.
We don't want to draw another
You
land.
make a
That's-
4/1.
That would be
Make
so
a 4/1,
terrible.
I guess.
That'd be so
that's
terrible.
super bad.
I think it is.
All
better
ones
to
are
give
really
you
good,
that
so they
before
can
you
die. So you
initiative.
die to the poison archer trigger as well.
Yeah, it's like poison. It's like if I let this continue
You can die in
happen,
multiple
poison
ways.
happen.
Right?
Poison tipped archer does some things. If I swing all out, there's always a chance that 13 tokens
Oh,
like
yeah.
run me
Or you
over.
can only draw a card. Never mind.
And there's also the chance of the oozes. So in some ways, I kind of need to just like sit back and not stir things up too much. But
Did you have a strike bard? Is that a?
but I'm definitely not. Yeah, exactly.
Uh,
Don't want to stir the pot too much with my Dragon Bard. I think though,
you only have
yeah,
2 red sources.
if I
That's
had-
interesting.
yeah, this deck doesn't. Most Rakdos decks are base black, so
I was gonna say, yeah.
I could. There is a play I could do that would maybe allow me to get the initiative without forcing Jam to block, because nothing I have is like a tickle right now. Everything that I have is sort of
Ouch.
large and ouch, and then he's kind of obliged to do it. But there is one
Oh,
way.
but I could make it bigger. I could potentially make your creature bigger. Don't forget that.
Yes, you do have the ability to do that. Both of these get utterly massive.
Actually, make it so you could get through and not have to
Yeah.
worry about
I'm gonna
double tramplers.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
do
but
this
it might
here,
not be
Jam,
worth it.
and this is a for this is a show of good faith, Crypt Rats,
Uh-oh.
and I can guarantee you I'm not using this Crypt Rats for everyone watching right now.
Okay.
It is just to be hasted and then attacked at Jam to claim the initiative instead of doing one of these. So, Jam, are you going to block
Out of
if
all the cards to do it, I love that it's that.
It's pretty awkward. Definitely awkward. So, Jam, if I attack with this, are you going to block it?
No.
Okay. So, Crypt Rats will enter. And I think what we need to do first is pay 1 mana to crack the map.
You're gonna hit a land.
I'm going to crack the map targeting the Crypt Rats and see what happens here. And I have to reveal it, and it's a land.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, yes.
You know, as we knew it would be.
Chris secretly agreed that would probably be.
Yeah. This is what we expected.
Clay was also wishing it.
Stewing
Yeah.
Bard.
RNG gods snuck that on top of the deck.
We're gonna Crypt Rats and attack you, Jam. I don't know if there's anything else here I want to attack with. Maybe I could attack Gloomfang at max, just to like, yeah, because it probably eats the Llanowar Visionary and the Etched Familiar.
Or I just take 5. That's also possible.
Yeah, this is gonna
I
go
mean, I
at
might
you,
let- yeah.
Max.
Oh, yeah, sure. Ow.
Yeah.
Just 5 Ryan. That's it.
Okay, cool.
1,
All
2,
right,
3,
I will
4,
gain
5.
the initiative, and since I went trap, we're gonna have to go archives, and we're gonna draw.
Another land.
Yeah. You want to see it, guys? Look at this. Look at this.
Ah!
Oh yeah.
God.
Oh
Yeah.
no, man.
We have all the
This is
cards.
not how
in-
the deck. Not like this, Ryan.
Not like this. Not like this. No.
This is not.
67
This is not a good,
to the hand.
a good test of this commander that I was joking to people about
I-
Sanctuary, thinking
think
it would be
it's-
good. And
I think it's.
no, drawing all the land. I meant. That's what I meant.
Yeah, drawing the lands definitely doesn't do the thing. What do we do now though? Because 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, I guess like it's good to have mana up right now for reasons, I suppose. I don't know. And I will just Yeah, we're gonna have the initiative here, and I'm going to pass the turn, I guess. This is so weird. Such an awkward situation.
Are you willing to let me take the initiative, or is
Right,
that
right.
not going to happen?
I mean, you can force it with your Falconwrath Noble. So.
Yeah, I'll force it. Sure, why not?
Yeah.
I don't even know where I'm at. I'm on 2, right? Yeah.
I think
I just wanna-
that.
Goad somebody's creature. I think that's. I don't actually get any value out of it, believe it or not. Yeah.
I just don't know if I want this Falconwrath Noble in play at all. But I think I can take 2. Yeah, I'll take 2.
Okay.
You can gain it.
All right, I'm going to goad. Unfortunately, I did the sky, which sucks. I'm gonna goad the 7/7 on your side, Jam. Oh, actually, no. Wait. Yeah, I'll go the 7/7 on your side.
Noted.
I've been waiting for this. Gary.
All my life. Gary, that's it's-
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So any responses? Let's go around the table. Potestas, you got anything? You
I'm
got that,
tapped out.
You got that foil?
Nope.
You got that daze?
Nope.
Even
Nope.
if he wraps, he just kills everybody else in response. Which is the
Well,
worst part
there
about this.
are options for us here.
Sure.
They're
It's on the
just
stack,
they're just
yep.
sort of painful.
Very painful. Yeah.
I will have no response. I'm tapped out.
So
You're gonna have
I
to
will
crit
have
Brads basically, and then Wrath.
Right, so if
and then die in the process, I think, right?
well, I think the one way to look at it would be if the
I think
Falconwrath
it's
Noble.
over for all of us.
No, not necessarily. Like, do you have any interaction?
Because you can only crit
Jam?
Brads for 4, right?
I've got 5.
I have
and
nothing.
I've got 5 mana.
Okay, so you can't kill me, is what I was thinking. Like, if you had 6, I would actually just be dead, right? Because I can respond, I guess, to crit Brads. Couldn't I sack a creature?
You could sack a
To
creature,
drain.
gain 2,
Yeah.
drain 2. So you've got 2
Or
drain
to
in
gain 1.
play
You
that
gain
will.
1. Gain 1, not 2. Yeah. Yeah. But yes.
Every creature
The
that
question
dies.
Do you want to still?
But then
Check
this
the
will
crit
resolve
Rats.
and still drain everybody for 2 life. When it
So if I pop,
resolves. It's
yeah,
on
if
a
I
stack.
pop the Crypt Rats, the problem is that.
You just die on the Gary respawn. Yeah.
Well, no, we die to the 2 aristocrat creatures.
Because all of them will stack.
Yeah, because all the
triggers
triggers will stack. So.
Oh, right. So even if these die, right, they still stack all the triggers, right? Because
Mhm,
they're all.
mhm.
Okay, got it. Yeah.
And Poison Tip
I mean, the
does
problem
check
is all those
itself.
soldier tokens.
Yep. Poison Tip does check itself. You're
Let's
right.
see. Whenever another creature dies, and then. So the question is here the interaction point. I do have a kill spell, and I can point it at something. If it is the Poison Tip, and I'm just kind of working this out because it's a pretty complicated board state. So if it's the Poison Tip, then if I were to pop the Crypt Rats, just one person would take all of the Falconwrath triggers.
And it probably will be you, most likely. Yeah. Because the goading happened with the. Because the goad, I goaded Jam to attack the 7/7 into whoever else.
So there would be
So that was
13, 13, 14.
We're not including Gary, right? Which is on the stack. Yep.
14. There's going to be a lot of triggers either way here. There's also just like killing the Gary, for example, on the stack because it's got 2 pips.
He hasn't resolved, right? You're doing this in response.
I'm doing this.
to him,
I'm
correct?
thinking about it in response to like this. If there's anything I need to do.
Resolve. Okay, sure. He's on the stack. He's not in play yet. Yeah.
I mean, if you have the kill spell, depending on how costly it is, first the Poison Tipped Archer, and then maybe like the Crypt Rats still in response. Or if the Poison Tipped Archer is already dead, would mitigate probably the most damage.
So he's draining for 7 currently, which means
no,
that
6. I thought. Wait,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
No, you're right.
7.
7. It is 7.
It's 7,
Yeah,
and then
that's-
you have
that's
1, 2, 3,
21
4,
life.
5, 6 creatures in play. You can sack 5 of them to get 5 more triggers on everybody, which would be
Yep.
12, which means that he would kill Jam and myself, but not you, Potestas.
Yep. Unless you Crypt Rats, and then it kills all his. It kills
And
him.
actually, no, it would kill you because the Etched Familiar would die, and that's a drain too.
Yep.
So the question
Oh,
is...
you can't Crypt Rats because when it resolves, there will be 13 soldiers dying.
Oh,
Yes.
right, yeah.
Exactly. Well, but that's if the poison tip is in play, right? So if it's
Yeah.
killed and then
There's
you
also
crypt
this.
rats, right? But that's only at one player, and that may not. I don't know if it'll be me or not. You say it is, but there's only so many triggers, right? And they're not
I'm gonna
enough
gain
to kill
21
everybody.
life either. Well, I'm gonna try and gain 21.
You're gonna gain a bunch of life, yeah. But it's a question of like how. You have a. And there's no way to get rid of those. This is a tough one. Very tricky. I think that it's interesting here because like for those watching, like if I interact here, there are sufficient triggers produced by the Falconwrath Noble if it's the only thing left to kill me. But there are 3 players at the table. So the correct decision is probably, even if it does lead to me dying, I can't control where those triggers go, but I know that they're not sufficient to kill the table. So the correct answer is probably to kill the poison tip, because that's the one that will definitely kill me, whereas the Falconwrath might not actually kill me. Very interesting. Very interesting. Okay, so I think that the answer here then is to 1, 2, and let's go Victim of Night, targeting the, I believe it's the Poison Tip Archer.
Yeah, you can't target the vampire, correct?
Yep, that's correct.
All right, I'll respond to that. Because you're gonna, how much mana do you have? You have 3 mana. So...
I have 3
Oh wait,
mana.
you only have 2 swamps.
I don't even think I can crack the Crypt Rats right now. I don't think that's even a relevant play
You
right
can't? Okay. All right. Well, then that's fine. Yeah, sure. You got it.
now. Okay, Poison Tip dies. And
So everybody takes a poison tip damage, right?
everybody, no, there will be
other
one
creature.
Falconwrath.
Whenever another creature
Yeah,
dies.
Poison Tip
I
only
will do
checks
the
other.
1 to...
I'll
I'll do it to Ryan because he just killed my creature. So yeah, I think that's fair.
Interesting. You don't
You
want
kill
the
my-
life totals even. That's fascinating. Okay.
Oh, it's gonna get even. Like, okay, so this is resolving. Is that right?
And then we've still got this on the stack. Does anybody have a response to it resolving? Oh, well, actually, I was last in the stack here. So, so now it is entering play, and we have a trigger. Does anybody have a response to the ETB trigger?
No.
I'm sorry, by the way. I'm gonna sacrifice this Ryan to make this creature bigger.
Sure, that's
I
fine.
apologize.
Yep,
That's
you're
the
good.
right play. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah, and then it hits.
Okay, and no response.
Okay. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Everybody lose 6, and I gain 18. Is that right? Yeah, it's X. Yeah, 18.
6
Six
yep,
total,
times
18.
3.
All right. Yep. So I got a 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 25. I'm at 25. All right. Don't know if it matters, but okay. And I will pass the turn. Go for it. Get the Abdul player gets to untap, I guess. Which is very bad.
I don't think that's very bad because you have me hostile.
Yeah.
Hostage.
Yeah.
Oh, actually,
1, 2,
also,
3, 4,
your Abdul
5,
has
6.
to attack,
No, you
which is
don't.
awkward. Yeah.
No, you don't. You can only have 6, right?
So Abdul has to attack someone else.
You have 6 creatures, right? So you
have-
can.
Yeah.
So you could deal me 6. Is that correct?
I have 4 creatures right now.
He could deal you 6, but he can deal 8 in total because he has the Etched Familiar as well. And the Etched Familiar will,
Which
when it
drains everybody.
dies, it'll drain everybody for 2. So you could force the damage on him, and if you did, you would
Lose.
Well,
Probably.
no, because the Etched Familiar. Well, yeah, he can make the Etched Familiar die whenever he wants. He can make anything die whenever he wants. It is
Correct,
looking a
yeah.
little bit like a stale, yeah.
Oh no.
This actually works because I can have Jam kill someone else.
This is so fucked up.
Yeah, I
Poor
mean,
little
Ryan.
slime.
Well, the key.
Right,
the
if
thing-
I had a way to make this into all creature types, you would have your victim wouldn't have worked.
Yes, understood. So the interesting thing is that these are all directed damage. They're all 1 point, 1 point, 1 point. So he has to choose where they go. So in a sense, you kind of need to like force the hand.
I mean, I can also just keep Ryan alive, and then he can wrath your board, which
I think I'm absolutely fucked. Not gonna lie.
Well, your Abdel has to attack somebody that is not Jam, no matter
Well,
what.
I played a land.
Yeah,
And my Abdel sure has to attack somebody, but I don't think that's a problem, really.
There's a chance that he dies to all this. There's definitely a chance of that. Because he only has enough triggers, right?
I mean, but they're 1/1s. I can block them
So
all.
who has the initiative currently?
I do.
He does. So one of the ways that this does end would be no, that doesn't work because I've already gone through the trap.
Only
We gotta play this.
If you could bounce the Falcon Wrath, that's a whole different story. If something can be done about the Falcon Wrath, then there's a game here for sure. Like bouncing it or Journey to Nowhere or something. Or you just combo off and win. How about that, Potestus? You like that?
The problem is I cannot combo off. I mean, we have a friendly game here, right?
Yes.
Because whenever my update is not on the field, there's a Cloud of Fairies. Oh, actually, I don't need it. But there's an Archaeomancer that I need for the combo. And you have a Crypt Rat with 2 mana up.
Yep. He has 3 mana. 3 black.
Oh, yeah. And Falcon Wrath doesn't trigger, right? So I can never do the combo right now.
Well, that's good.
We basically just need some way of removing the Falcon Wrath Noble to break the stalemate so that people can punch.
Well, I would hope so, that I get some bonus points for doing it, I suppose. I would like to tap 2. I would like to tap 2 correctly. And play Sword Coast Sailor.
Oh, that's actually remarkably relevant. Yeah.
Ah.
Oh, I already killed somebody with Sword Coast Sailor up the.
Oh yeah, it happens. It definitely happens.
It's my 5th game or something.
Yeah.
So you can't attack.
He can
No, you
only
can't.
attack one player with unblockable, and that's max.
But again, it's a 4/4. Like it's not lethal command.
Well, we got to play to our outs. That's the. Yeah. You have a clue as well.
Yeah,
I do have a clue.
I think he sees. Yeah.
Let's see. I mean, I'm getting shafted by Gem if I.
Right.
No, I can't even take out Max or something. No. It's.
He has a goaded token, and the token can attack you or me.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna leave the soldiers behind. I attack Max with Abdel.
With Abdel for 4.
Yep, for 4.
What are you? You'd be on level 2, right, for the initiative? Is that right?
Yes, and it's unblockable if I attack you as well.
Oh, I know. I'm just asking. Okay, so you could do +2 or yeah, that's fine. I'll take 4. Sure, just 4, right?
That would be just for commander.
Okay.
Yeah?
I mean, I don't know. You could be like giving double strikes somehow. Okay. Ow. 21. Cool. Take 4 command.
Then I have to really think about what do I want to do. What do I want to scry to? Do I want to?
That's a good question.
I think I'm gonna scry to. I will go top bottom.
Mm-hmm. I guess I could worst case if I really wanted to.
So that's
see what Jam does, and then figure it out from there.
And then crack a clue for the.
For the initiative trigger.
Oh yeah, you got your initiative trigger right just now. Yep, scryed too. Let me think. Jam is definitely. So Jam dies to like Jam. I can actually set it up so that you don't die, but.
You have to make decisions.
Why would you do that? Am I
Well,
just gonna
because
be
I
here,
would
like...
want Ryan dead before he gets to his turn, because he can actually kill me. That's why.
I can't actually kill you, but yeah,
I
it'll
hope
That's
take
I
a
a-
get
hostage
it'll take a
some.
team
situation.
effort.
I hope I get some leeway with that play. Maybe not to die to you, Gem.
We'll see.
Channel Moodsnare prototype targeting Falcon Breath.
Was that dude tapping it?
Oh.
You're
That
just
puts
tapping
it back on top of your library.
I'll
Yeah,
respond.
top or bottom?
And I will respond to that.
Yeah.
I will. Thinking.
Sacrifice your entire board.
I don't have to sacrifice my entire board to kill Ryan. No, I'll sacrifice this. I'll drain you, Ryan.
For one?
I'll gain a life. Yep, for one. So you're at 3. I'll sacrifice. Like, I don't actually care about Jam because, like, you're not doing enough damage that's actually gonna kill me. So I'm not like, because I'm gonna be
Where'd
at
my board
a lot of
go?
life.
There we go.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'll sack this to drain everybody. For X is.
That's not X. It's just 2. But you're gonna mind. Everybody's gonna take 2.
Yeah. I'm thinking I'm gonna gain 2.
Yep.
And then I'm gonna drain. I'm gonna do 1 damage to Jam. I'm gonna gain a life from that. So you should be at 2. All right,
I think
so
that
let's
we
see.
actually had to force everything at him for any one person to win other than Max.
Yep. I mean,
It's
I'm
actually
pretty
been
sure.
a really fun game though.
Yeah, no, it's
He's
been very
at
good.
6
This is a
right
great
now.
game.
You're at 6 right now. I mean, I could force Jam though not to actually attack me here, which is relevant, which is probably correct. Because I control both your deaths at this point. Let's see. So you would drain for there. Because then I have the Falcon Round. Then I have this thing coming out next. Depending on what I draw, obviously, which is obviously gonna be this. I don't think it even matters. I'm thinking. Sorry. The question is, Ryan going to kill me if I let him untap? No. Fuck, this is so hard. Let me see this card. Hold on. Wait a second, I'm clicking this card because I can't actually. There we go. So you're channeling it, meaning it should be in your graveyard, not in play. Just so you know.
Yes, but I have
Okay.
this as it being on the stick.
It's on the
Okay,
stack.
all right. Yeah, I'll sacrifice this to this. I'll do 1 to Ryan. Gain a life. I'll sacrifice this to this. And, oh no, I won't. Let me think here. This is a 5/5 right now. Jam could technically like.
Oh, I have to kill Potestus.
Okay. I mean, yeah, it'll wipe this whole board of tokens, but yeah, and then kill him. It would kill him though. What? I don't. Okay. Wait, that just. It doesn't die though, right? Yeah.
Max, do you know what you were?
Well, he's
you-
so he's doing that. So it's now on turn for someone to do something if they want to do it.
you cast poetry, Max, or something?
This has not.
stamina?
Your thing is not
I'm
resolved.
gonna
Pass
say-
priority on this thing. He's
I
doing.
have
Yes.
literally nothing. So.
The question is, what does it do?
I don't think it does anything unless he's gonna sacrifice it, draw cards, and then not die. But
You take the initiative back and get the Throne of the Dead 3. If he has like a sack spell.
Wait a minute. Yeah, but he has to have a way to sack it, and I can then respond to him sacking it and kill him. I mean, well, actually, yeah, whatever. That's fine. Sure, Ryan, it resolves.
Yeah, I will pass.
Yeah. Interesting. I mean, it doesn't actually. Does it? Like, I mean, you still would die, right? No matter what to that, because the card that comes in is a creature. Yeah, that's fine. Sure. Yeah.
So that's on the initiative guy, right?
Yeah. Yes. Correct. So now's your chance if you don't want to.
You can have it.
Go for it.
At least it is in my books.
I don't know what Hail Mary you're thinking of, but
Isn't that another Falcon Wrath trigger?
the
Why
Falcon
is my
Rat
camera
trigger
black?
is going on the stack. Yeah. It was
I
pointed
can
at you.
still see
Yeah.
everybody, but just my video is
It, yeah. It's pointed at you, Ryan. By the way, so you die. Yep. Yep. All right. Okay. Right. So Jan is still alive. I want to see also if you hit it. Let's see.
Oh, and
How
you
many
can
is it?
just
Top
make
10?
it kill Potestus. Or
I am. How'd you
Attempt.
guess? How did you guess? I'll put that at top. I think, yeah. Yeah, go for it. You're up, Jam, I think. Yep.
are you done, Potestus?
I have nothing after my Moonsnap prototype. Where you only one token is golded, so
Correct, but it is still a 7/7.
yeah, it's alright. I have
Oh,
13
yeah.
soldiers.
But I mean, well, we'll see.
I will go to attack Potestus for 7.
Yep.
It's goaded.
It's
You
goat. It
can-
has to. Yeah. Yep.
Oh
man, please
yeah.
have the big pump spell. Please have the big pump spell.
I will block with 7 soldiers.
I think Potestus and I are kind of on the same side here, so I'm assuming he's not going to try and murder me.
Not really.
If he does, out of his own free will, then that's perfectly fine.
Uh-oh.
I'll draw 2 and
sorry,
discard 2.
is there still in combat?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Alright.
7 tokens.
How many?
I will
7?
block with
Alright.
7 tokens, I said.
Yep,
so.
my thing does.
Go to damage.
Oh, we got rid of the
have-
initiative actually by me killing you, Brian, so no one else can take the initiative now.
I think that gives it to Potestus.
Oh, I do? Oh, okay, so I draw a card then. So I would just draw this then, right? Or not yet. Or I wouldn't draw it. I would draw whatever the card before, right? Is that correct? Okay. And then I'll have the initiative on my... Sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright,
So then I'll get to do this. Yep. Okay, cool.
Yep, damage has
Well.
been dealt. I will go to my
Yep.
second main phase. I'm
Yep.
going to play my Tempest Heart from my
Nice.
command zone to draw 2 and discard 2. And then I'll
Does
put
it
it
cost
into
2?
exile as the... It costs 4 because I've cast it before.
Oh, okay, so
I'm
it does
casting,
cost additional. Oh, I didn't know
yes.
that. That's cool.
I'm casting Scan the Clouds, but
Got
I
it,
will
got
put
it.
it into
So that
the
it-
Adventure
got
Zone
it.
after.
Okay, cool.
Draw
Oh,
2.
so it does cost additional for that. Interesting. All right, sure.
Yes, I will discard Rimewood Falls and Negate.
Oh, I drew the card, so that's why I was making sure you were accurate on that. I was active player, wasn't I? Oh no, I guess yeah.
No, I was.
I'll go for a slime.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I get a 7/7, and that'll be
Yep.
my turn as I make the slime.
So am I good to draw my card, Ryan, or not? Oh, actually, sorry, not well. Okay, bunch of stuff happening. And do the Throne of the Dead. Yeah. All right. Well, then I need to put this card on top. Then that's fine. Okay. That's why I asked if whatever. It's fine.
I will make a treasure.
You should not have 13 tokens anymore. You should have less than that. You should have
Yes.
6. Oh, it looks. Okay.
Just at an angle.
So that was wrong then. So that like gave. Then I'll put this card on the bottom because I saw it then. If that's fair. Like that's not equal. That's not appropriate. Yeah. All right. Let's see what I'm doing. Played the Falconwrath Aristocrat again.
You don't have cards in hand, is that correct?
I don't have cards in hand. No, correct.
Right.
Sort of screws up everything because I really thought I was under the impression that was how that worked. Okay, whatever.
Oh, my bad. Thank you, Mizu. I appreciate it. Sorry for everybody watching. Right, I was accidentally muted there because I was eating my pasta. So the way that works is that when the initiative is in play, if the person with the initiative dies, they leave the game. The active player, the player whose turn it is, they gain the initiative. So, for example, if you are player 1 has the initiative, player 2, and then player 4 say has the let's actually say player 4 has the initiative, but it's player 1's turn. Player 2 bolts player 4. Initiative goes to player 1. So it's basically active player gets the initiative when the person with the initiative dies.
I'm not going to play this. I'm going to do something different. Since in that case, this changes everything. I'll pay 6. I'll play my commander. That's the correct play here.
Yep. Okay.
Go.
So there's no Falconwrath Noble, is that correct?
Correct. Literally giving you a win, which I just, yeah.
Sacrifice Clue.
Yep.
Let's see. Yeah, my turn. I don't have anything to do.
Thank you, Mizu. Appreciate the heads up there.
Is it still goaded?
Nope.
Nope.
It's not.
Draw for turn. Oh, that's not it. Well, ponder.
Okay.
Well, actually, let me take that back if I can.
Yep. You've taken no other game actions. It's fine.
So I can get dinged by Max for 1, 2,
2,
3,
6,
3.
12,
Well,
Oh, that right.
1, 2, 3, 4,
bunch of
5,
land.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
How many creature cards do you have in hand, by the way?
I have 4.
So one we know is Ponder, right? Yeah. Got
Yeah.
it. Okay.
And I think I still have my land drop, which I do now, so I don't have this out of the system.
Yeah, less land we have to know about now, right? Yeah.
I am going to combat.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to attack Jam with my Abdel. It is not unblockable.
Ooh. It is or it isn't?
It is not.
Oh. Oh. Oh, please don't block. Oh, shit. I'm thinking, hold on.
Block with my...
No, I might. Oh, you're 0-4, right? Yeah, that works. Yeah, then you don't die.
Yeah, I'm gonna block with the 0-4.
Yeah, shit.
Oh, good idea.
That's a good play.
Yes. Everybody loses one. Each of you loses one, though.
Oh, wait, do you need it dead?
No.
Yeah.
Abdel, don't kill Abdel. Don't kill Abdel, because then he can get it back, play it again.
I mean, if you want to lose, you know.
Yeah, no. So yes,
I think I die either way.
You don't die yet. You only go to 1. You don't die actually, because then you kill
I'm trying
him.
to see what's under the pile.
He has a lot. He has Cloud of Fairies.
It's an instant play.
Enough. Plenty of things. Trust me on this.
It's-
I played
Oh,
since
yeah,
Black White
kill
Abdel.
infinite combo. Yeah, I'll block with the
Yeah.
Tankrix.
All right. So everybody lose 1. Yep. So you go to 1.
Second main.
Yippee.
Now the ponder.
Now he's
He
gonna
has
hope,
to-
right? Try and get lucky.
Ponder in time.
This deck actually is a lot better than I thought it was going to be. This is the
I will
second
draw
time I
this.
played it, Ryan. Yep. Was it good?
I think Ryan might be right about Tempest Heart just not being the right thing.
It's pretty good.
Are you kidding me? You just drew that?
Yep.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't know the English word. It's Schriftrollen-Teleport. Maybe Ryan can.
Scroll shift. Scroll shift.
Scroll
Scroll
shift. Yes.
shift. Yeah. How did you say it again?
Schriftrollen-Teleport.
Schlift. Oh man, that's a hard one.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't worry about
so
it.
Some
it's-
German cards.
Okay,
'cause that's
so
really fun.
I think that
Pick up the-
if there's an answer here, it's just got to be deployed. Otherwise, this is GG, right?
I don't have one.
I mean,
I
I
have
don't
one
know
mana
what.
up, and this is in my hand.
Oh my god. I would have kept mana open.
This is the power of Abdel. It can combo with a
This is
broomstick.
what happens. Like,
GG.
cool.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, this is
Wow.
part of the thing. Is
Unreal.
like when you get a lot of infighting, a deck like this that can sit behind 13 tokens is always
I
still the
mean,
problem. But that was a great game. Still, well played there, Potestas.
I mean, Ryan, I had
That
now
was an
5
amazing
turns consecutive win choice.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
no, you were
very lucky.
Four or 5. I think 4 out of 5.
Abdel is an
If
incredibly
this-
resilient deck, and that's part of what
No.
makes it a very good choice.
need
But
to
it also makes it exceptionally dangerous, and you kind of are the
Potestas, if you
the arch enemy there. That was sick
if
though.
it got to
Very,
this Potestas, by the way, I don't know if the game was it didn't work the way we thought
It was
it
very
did.
close,
That was
very
gonna
close.
Be the end of the game. Yeah, should have split the drain around.
GG's and
That
well
was in
played
my-
there, Potestas.
GG's.
Yep.
No, not that well played.
Wow.
I had this.
Yeah, I was gonna
I could have
chop-
deployed this.
Yeah.
So when I went for the second try, I would have had Dispel up and won then. So yeah, not that well played, but good enough, I suppose.
I mean, you scrapped. I mean, part of the thing when we think about games of Magic, right, is that it's impossible to play correctly all the time. And so the questions are like, not did you play perfectly, but the question is, did you end up winning? And because we don't have perfect information or complete information on everything that's happening, and so we have to just make our best guess. Sometimes there's play mistakes, but I've had times where my play mistakes have led to better outcomes than. Oh yeah, have a good one, man. Good game.
Yeah, GG. If my win would have been stopped still, through the Dispel, then we would have lost. Or I would have lost to Max because of my monster prototype that was played as an artifact. So yeah.
That's really cool. Yeah, very well played. The list you're playing, is it fairly stock Abdel? Do you have any special spice in there that you've been including?
The only special spice is capsize.
Ah, okay. And that gives you some flexibility as to being able to combo that way if you have enough mana.
That's an infinite mana outlet.
Infinite mana outlet, but I guess if you also have a lot of mana in play, there's things you can do to restart your combo.
Usually just to bounce something.
Yeah. Cool. Sweet. Well, that was really interesting with the Vessel of Endless Rest as well. The Vessel of Endless Rest putting the slimes back on the bottom of the library. That's pretty funny. Slimes are generally considered to be a very resilient. They get big and they stay big, but not in this case. Well,
my head off. Thank you for the game.
Yeah, thank you for joining us today, and I hope you have a good rest of your night. Thanks for coming.
All right, bye.
All right, have a good one. All right, folks. Well, I hope you enjoyed that game today. I actually do have more time to play more games. It looks like our participants are out for the night. We had Potestas from Germany, so it's very early for him, and sounds like Max and Jam have headed out as well. But I'm here for more games. If you all want to play them, y'all are welcome to hop in chat, get your webcams on, your OBS loaded up, and we can play some games. If not, we can just sit and chat for a little bit. I'm going to probably give it maybe 15 minutes or something. We'll see if people want to do another one. So let me get a little call out here at cPDH LFG. All right. Yeah, Capsize is a good card, Mizu. I think it's one of those ones that probably not fully needed in Abdel, just because Abdel has so many different ways to combo. and it's so expensive to loop it, right? But Abdel is a big mana deck, right? It can afford to do it, and it does hit everything. And really, just like hitting permanents in general, being able to bounce lands is incredibly relevant. Like if somebody's going for their turn on Gretchen, you just like bounce the land with all the auras back to their hand. It's pretty savage. So the question is usually, are you a deck that wants Boomerang? And if you are, then the question is there significant enough value to being able to use it over and over again that you want it at the cost of it being more expensive? So like a Simic decks are a really good place for it. Abdel is kind of, fake Simic, being that it's just ramping really hard with mana rocks. So yeah, definitely cool stuff. So let's take a look here. I'm actually going to switch it up. We're going to take a look at the deck that I played today. Today I was playing the Legate Lanius, the card from Fallout. Pretty excited about this card. I think this game was a bit awkward. I had the potential to play Legate on turn 3 with the Mortician Beetle in play, which felt like a good sequence. It felt like a powerful sequence to put potentially as much as 9 power into play on turn 3. It's one of the reasons I'm excited about the deck. Being able to control the board while also deploying threats is great. People don't usually want to kill the Lanius because it allows you to redeploy it. One of the problems, and it can be a good thing, is that at that table, our most significant source of pressure against Abdel were the Slimes. And so I didn't really want to play the Lanius and kill the Slimes because I wanted the Slimes in play, right? And I knew that if I got into the late game, I'd be able to, trade the Legate, get it back into the command zone, eat a lot of his creatures in blocks, and then replay it and clear him of Slimes in the late game. And so I kind of wanted the Slimes around to push damage because we didn't really have any in play. And because we didn't have he had Trample. So it seemed to me that Legate was a little awkward there. You could see that Jam slow rolled his Slimes. He could have played them on turn 2 or on turn 3, but he chose to play them much later because he didn't want to lose them to the Legate. The other thing too, usually it's kind of a big warning sign when you have like an Aristocrats deck with like a drain creature in play and the sacrifice and the payoff. So like the payoff and the fodder and the outlet all in play at the same time. It's pretty hard to assemble. Aristocrats suffers from an A plus B plus C thing. You need to have something that wants to die, something that benefits you from it dying, and something that makes it die. And so that is kind of the rare instance where you get all those out. And he also had no cards in hand afterwards, which was, or max, I mean. So I think he ran pretty hot on drawing a couple of those. Interaction at the table was less than I loved. I drew some stuff later on, which was good. I think that the Jam countering the Stirring Bard at the end at the beginning was not a good use of the counterspell, just given that we had other things happening and he wasn't really my prime threat. But because your interaction is really premium in slime decks. Slime decks don't have a lot of it. You might have like 10 pieces of interaction, maybe a little bit more if you're playing Wood Sage. My observation has been that Wood Sage has the most interaction of all the slime decks, mainly because you get to cut all the 2 and 3 mana mill spells and focus just on 1 mana mill spells. And the only 2 mana one you play is Foresight, because Foresight draws you a card, but it's kind of like milling 12 because you get 3 slimes in the graveyard and you get a card off of it. So it's just that good. So yeah, that interaction, I think that's a question of, you have the mana up to do something if you need to, but if you don't need to do anything, sometimes the question is, I can do this. Do I need to? Should I? Just because you can doesn't mean you should. It's actually another interesting example of that was during the Common Cause tournament where I was tithing bladed by Lobbert, who saw a rare opportunity to get TPI with an edict, but it ended up preventing me from developing in such a way that I actually wasn't able to interact at all with the combo when it went off. So it's always a good question to ask yourself when you're playing competitive. I can do this. Should I? Can I, and then should I, is the big question. So yeah, but other than that, the Mortician Beetle was a great add. That was insane. Like, if you can imagine that there were 3 creatures in play for my opponents, I would have made a 5/5 Lanius and a 4/4 Mortician Beetle on turn 3. I also presented turn 3 initiative, which was pretty good. And I think that it's a really good start for a mid-range deck where you can kind of put the screws to people and say, look, there's a combo player in play. It is a bit of bullying, if we're completely honest with it. Like, playing turn 3 initiative when there's a combo player is saying, like, now you've got to decide whether you want to lose to the combo player because you didn't pressure them, or whether you're going to let the initiative person just sort of get and do stuff with the initiative. And I think that the answer is that you probably still need to attack the combo player. So it's a good question to ask people. The Gloomfang Mauler, as well as the Troll of Khazad-dûm. Basically, these cards that I had in play, one of the ways that you get the creature count up in a control deck like this is by putting them in your mana base. And it increases your odds of hitting something off Throne of the Dead 3. When you've got lots of mana that you've ramped into your stuff, you can just play them, and they're great threats. Gloomfang Mauler in particular really helps you push a lot of damage with Lanius. Generally, it's going to turn him into a 7/7 with Menace, which is a good way to push damage. Without evasion this game, I definitely felt like I was swinging into stuff that was not premium. I was not eating a lot of premium creatures. But then again, I also didn't hit any of my sweepers, and I have 6 of them in the deck. So the idea generally is that you've got the best sweepers in the game. You've got Breath Weapon, Fiery Cannonade, Drown in Sorrow, Crypt Rats, Pestilence, and Sulphurous Blast. So you can clear the board of small stuff, and then Lanius comes down and eats the big stuff. And then when the board is clear, you can just kind of like hit people with Lanius as like a 5/5 or an 8/8. If you ever Grave Flickers, or if you cast another Edict after you have Lanius, he becomes an 8/8. So other than that, that was a great game. I think overall it shows really like that Abdel remains like a very like potent threat, and if you blink, you die. And I think that's part of it is that Abdel turns every one of your single target blink spells into like a really souped up Ghostly Flicker. And Ghostly Flicker traditionally, in my opinion, has been one of the most broken commons in Pauper historically, because of its ability, particularly in like Tron and other things like that, to protect your permanents while also reusing their ETBs. Flickering is one of the most powerful things you can do in this format, because it is a creature-based format, so reusing them are really good. Lobbert asks, what's up, dude? Where are we at? Game 2 out of 3? We are actually moving into Game 2. I just put out the call to see if anyone was interested in another game here. I'm going to open up a new... actually, let's see. Do we open up a new lobby or... Yeah, we'll open up a new lobby here. And we'll see if we can get some people going here. But yeah, we're just doing a little post-game, post-action report. I'm going to take us over into the deck building window so we can take a look at the deck and see what it is that I am playing here. And let's get this right here over there so it's not in the way. So yeah, this is what I was playing here. For those of you just checking in, Legate Lanius here is a 4-mana 2/2 ETBs. It's going to make everybody sack 1 creature, mostly. That's kind of like how you can simplify it. If a player has 11 creatures or more, actually think about it this way. If they have a creature, they sacrifice it. If they have 11 creatures, they sacrifice 2 creatures. Just them. If a player has 21 creatures, they sacrifice 3 creatures because it rounds up. So if you have 1 creature, it rounds up to 10. If you have 11 creatures, it rounds up to 20. If you have 21, it goes up to 30. And so that's, or 3, basically 3 creatures. And then whenever that happens, whenever any opponent sacrifices a creature, you're going to put a +1/+1 counter on Legate. So the hypothesis here is that pairing an Edict in the command zone that doesn't put us down on board state, it puts us up on board state a lot. You get the creature and everybody loses 1, paired with the best Wraths in the format, and the ability to go turn 3 Legate, turn 2 Rock, turn 3 Legate, paired with other edicts. This is also one of the big question marks, is like whether I want to be like allocating slots towards this, or maybe it wants to be instant speed removal, or maybe it wants to be some other threats, because these are all essentially, they don't build my board, they just eat everybody else's. These right here, following a Legate, if you go turn 3 Legate, turn 4 Chain Devil, or any of these other things, Legate gets really big. He gets to be an 8/8, and then you start punching people who have no board. And that can be really potent, especially against combo players. I think this deck is going to, aside from Abdel, it does have tools for Abdel, but the edicts get worse against Abdel. We do have Extract Confession and Chain Devil, which are usually pretty good at getting Abdel. These two here, Extract Confession is going to get the one with the most power, which is Abdel, and then Chain Devil gets a non-token, which sometimes might be like a Thraben Inspector or something like that. But I think against like your Gretchen decks, your Malcolm decks, the ability to play a turn 3 Legate and eat a Malcolm, something like that is going to be really good. To eat an Untapper. Of course, a Gretchen player can go turn 2 Gretchen instead of a turn 2 Untapper. And then they can kind of insulate themselves against that. Gretchen traditionally has been good against black in part because Gretchen herself is good edict fodder, right? Once you go infinite, you just cast her infinite number of times, right? Until it resolves. And then you draw your deck and put all the lands into play and win from there. Oh yeah, good. Yeah, looks like it's all working here. So the one of the things that I'm working on with this, and this will be a continued experimentation here, is that I really would like to have more creatures and more life gain. And we can see that in that game right there, that really shows how important it is when you're playing mid-range and control that you have ways to buffer your life total. A single card like Gary can do a lot, but it's one card in 99. So I think that when you want to play like a slightly grindier game, you do need more life gain. And so I've been trying to include that in here. I've got Blood Tithe is another one, which is like a small Gary. It's going to be a gain 9, drain 3. Each player loses 3, you gain 9, which is a big gain, life gain. And when you look at big life gain in Rakdos, it's going to come from black. And the biggest ones are Blood Tithe, Gary, and other than the X spells, and then Crypt Incursion. But Crypt Incursion is pretty inconsistent. It's not good as just a graveyard hate spell because a lot of times it's just hitting creatures, right? So what we really care is about flicker targets. We care about things like that. And we don't want to exile our own graveyard. So it's just a big life gain spell that doesn't actually do anything else other than that. Traditionally, when we're playing black, my favorite thing to do is to be running like a lot of creatures that ETB gain life. We're talking about Vampire Spawn, Etched Familiar, things like that. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to find room for them because really the ramp and the edicts kind of take those slots, right? Because you still need to have sufficient interaction. I only have 11 targeted removal spells in here. Oubliette might not actually end up making the cut here, just because it's pretty inexpensive, or it's pretty expensive. And it's also sorcery speed, and we can get better. We can do better. There's like Defile would be the card that we bring in. That game, Ghastly Demise, felt pretty bad because I couldn't target the things that were killing me. But generally speaking, black is... it's okay to not hit black things. This is going to hit combo creatures. I'm basically saying I think I can win the mid-range aggro control matchups, and my removal here says that I'm looking to beat combo. Right, like my removal says beat combo, my edicts say beat combo, my commander says beat combo, that kind of thing. So yeah, big problems to solve right now are mainly life gain and having more bodies in play, because ultimately, like, this is a control deck that wins usually off of like beatdown and with controlling the monarch and the initiative, outvaluing everybody as they start to peter off, and our superior card advantage takes over. And you need life gain to do that. So that's one of the big things that I'm going to be working on here. Question is, how relevant is life gain going to be in this upcoming tournament? That I do not have an answer for because I do not have a crystal ball. But it seems to me that people perceive combo to be the sort of like the good thing to play. And so commonly you'll see that it's going to be a lot of combo players this last tournament for the Common Cause didn't exactly pan that out. I think there were a fair representation of combo players there. About 30 to 40% of the meta is that. So I think that's a fair bet to say that there's probably going to be a fair number of combo players, and that's where the pinch point is going to be, is on interaction. So yeah, let me know what you think below, or if in the chat here, if you think that these edicts here are important to the game plan, or for clearing the board for Legate while also buffing them up. There's obvious synergy between having all these edicts paired with Legate. It makes him big. But these are also sorcery speed, except for Vraska's Fall. And they aren't bodies themselves, right? They don't give us any like additional pressure. Now the idea is that if we're only attacking with Legate, and eventually somebody says, I can't take this damage, and they kill him, we can just replay it, and it punishes our opponents for killing Legate. Because we can just replay him, he comes back, he becomes a 5/5 again, he probably eats 3 creatures. So yeah. Doesn't look like we're getting any major interest for games right now, so we'll probably just chill for a little bit here and continue to talk about Magic-related stuff. Let's see who else is in the chat right now. Oh, great. Well, looks like we got 8 of you here enjoying the stream. If you are enjoying this and you want to support the channel in a non-financial way, you can always just hit that like button and show your support that way. Leave a little comment for the algorithm after the video is over. That does wonders, really, for putting this video in the hands of other people who might not know about cPDH. But of course, if you do want to support financially, you can go to patreon.com/Common Connoisseurs, which is in the link in the description below, where you can start with as little as $2 a month and get access to the supporters only section of the Discord. But primarily you get to get all of my up-to-date changes on all the decks I play and build, as well as the decks that we build together through the Let's Build. So yeah, let's see, we got a message here from Lobbert saying, let's see. Okay. Well, let's see. Looks like we might have a taker here. Either way, oh yeah, all right, cool. Let's see. Let's see. Hey. What's good, Lobbert?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm gonna make it so I'm not hearing you twice.
Yes, this is ideal. Excellent, man. How you doing?
Great.
Good.
It was a very interesting stream.
Yeah, no kidding, huh? Yeah, that was some tight situation there. Did you catch it at the end, or were you?
No, I was talking about mine. Sorry.
Oh, yours was okay. Yeah. So we both had interesting games.
Definitely.
And you were playing a casual game that was with Brad and Jorbalicious and someone else.
Yeah. He goes by Jake from State Farm in Spell Table, but has a Russian name in
Cool.
in chat. Anyway, one of the players was playing a couple of decks that they were like, I just brewed this up, just trying this out, and this other deck I just bought from somebody. It was TPI and something else, and we got High Tide comboed.
Wait, this is a casual game?
Crazy for a casual game. Yeah, we were like, oh, this is something, isn't it? It was.
So, what did the TPI player High Tide?
Separate game, same player though.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, High Tide isn't usually a card that I think of as awfully casual. I think that there's casual things you could do with it. Just like a big ritual to like play a bunch of big dumb creatures, like your Spine Megalodon, kind of things. But he High Tide combo killed, like Flicker comboed. Is that what I'm hearing?
Peregrine Drake, Archaeomancer, with a counterspell.
Okay. How did everybody feel about that? Was it fine? Was it cool?
I was like, you got a funny idea of casual there, but everyone was a good sport about it. It was fun games either way.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, and I think you've probably experienced this, but sometimes when you bring like a competitive deck to a casual pod in cPDH, it's actually not a problem. Not all the time,
Yeah.
but if you do that, you are going to be the first one to die if everybody understands what's going on, right? If you don't
Yeah, it was-
combo, you,
Transmute Drift of Phantasms, transmute Muddle the Mixture,
oh
and
boy.
everyone was like, so I guess this 7-power double striker is coming at you, huh?
Yeah, because what we have to remember is that the casual decks are optimized to do cool things, which often involve big, scary combat threats. And so you just get punched. You get your teeth punched in when you try to do that sort of a thing.
Yeah, a casual table can usually take about one competitive deck. Like I've played
Yeah.
against Erinis in a casual, it was a competitive, I'm prepping for a tournament Erinis deck, and the table can handle it. It's hard, but
It's hard, but it does happen. And I think most of the time the table will cannibalize the competitive player in PDH. And that's a really big difference between PDH or Pauper Commander and Commander. In Commander, if you have like a cEDH deck rolls up to a table and they're there to pub stomp everybody, the cEDH player is like just so likely to win, right? Like
definitely,
if you have a bunch of people like doing cool stuff and they're like demonic consultation, Thassa's Oracle type stuff, there's no chance. Free interaction. They're killing you on like some turn 1 through 3, fast man out the yin yang. It's not going to happen in cPDH. There's enough time, and the combos tend not to happen so fast, and that everybody will just kill you as the spiky combo player person. Or if you're playing competitive and you're like a mid range or a control deck, you're also not probably going to win. Would you think your best bets as a competitive deck would be, if you were a competitive deck at a casual pod, to be aggro?
It's still gonna be like if you brought
like gut
what's
inspiring
the
leader?
Mizu. No, I was gonna say the deck that Mizu won with.
Yes, Scholar of Ages.
Scholar of Ages. There's nothing that a casual deck can do against
No.
Scholar of the Ages other than like kill it. But
But
usually there's too much infighting and people have their own thoughts, and so I don't think that deck would ever lose.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's not likely unless they have a slow start. If they have a slow start, they just get their teeth punched in. But I think that if I was a competitive deck at a casual pod, I would want to be aggro because I'm going to look like everybody else. Right? You're going to look a little bit more normal. And the reason, and this isn't to say like encouraging people to pub stomp. It's just more to say that like I really like that that Pauper Commander is so self-regulating that way. Because I don't think you get a free win if you bring a competitive deck to a casual pod. In fact, I think your odds of winning go down in a lot of ways, depending on what you're playing. If you're playing like a turbo, like maybe a Gretchen or a Malcolm deck, I don't know, maybe that's hard. But it just depends on how interactive your pod is. And maybe interaction goes down in casual.
I've had no problem playing any aggro or mid-range or like any types of deck like that. Like I've seen competitive Garna lists that are like, oh, we don't even care. Like we're not even going to group up on you. This is just kind of fine. So like I think, like mid-range lists and control lists and stuff like that. Unless you're like making everybody like discard their whole hand and then you're drawing 12 cards.
Yeah. No, mass
and even
discard
that
tends to
sometimes
tilt people. It tends to make people make strange decisions, and they're strange decisions. Except that like they know their hand is going to go away, but like I've played at like tables with people doing mass discard stuff, and they just can't function. Nobody wants them there. They want to be able to play their cards, right? Like, mass discard is only fun for the person doing it, and everyone else is like, I'll have a tall glass of nope.
Every remaining resource is probably, regardless of if it should go at you still,
it will. Yeah. Well, and like, what's the one, the heroic one that triggers every time you target it, makes everybody discard a card from one of the Theros sets. It's 3 mana 2/2 with heroic. Every time you target it, everybody discards a card. That one kind of comes up.
I know it.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. That one comes up sometimes, and it's like, man, when you play a card like that, everybody knows they're going to discard their hand, so they'll just be like, instead of discarding my hand, I'll spend my 1 kill spell, and I'll trade this kill spell for my hand, which is the correct thing to do. So you never want to play a deck where the correct thing to do is for everybody always to fucking kill you or to stop you from playing the game. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's maybe a good argument against Marsh Crocodile, which kind of has the same energy to it. But yeah, well, we just played a game with. I think you saw the end of it, didn't you?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so.
We had position 1 Abdel Azorius, and we had position 2 Tempest Heart, so Simic Slime deck. And then I was on Legate Lanius, doing Rakdos things. And then we had a Poison Bow Archer from Max. And a very back and forth game. Max ended up getting like multiple like sacrifice creatures in play with a Falconwrath Noble and his Poison Tip Archer. It's kind of scary. But Abdel is just sitting there with like 13 tokens in play, which is just like the most infuriating thing. It's like, and just like further reinforces the notion that like Abdel is never out of the game, because they ended up winning at 5 life by top decking a Scroll Shift, and it just was just over.
Yeah, that's a deck you can't.
So everybody's like,
wins so
attacking each
frequently.
other, and they're shooting, they're pinging each other, and they're attacking each other, and they're fighting over this and that, and they just lost sight of the fact that Abdel just can combo with a fucking fork. You just like, oh, I top decked it. Here's my ghostly flicker that targets 7 things at once.
Is you want to like you spend a bunch of resources to kind of like kick them until they're down, and then the usual thought is, okay, I can stop for a little bit.
Oh, now I need
That's
to
a
let
deck
up.
where you cannot. Yeah,
That's exactly the problem. And I think this is something that's really interesting. And, just looking at, like, there's people with different philosophies on this. In my lived experience, every time I have let a combo player live, for reasons such as I feel bad because I feel like I'm bullying them, or somebody else will kill them, I die. I lose.
Mm.
And I think that that's an important lesson. This person looked super dead. They had other than the fact that they had 13 tokens that nobody could punch through. I used a Bajuka Bog, like a very rare Bajuka Bog that ate Blur, Momentary Blink, and Flicker of Fate all at the same time. It was pretty clutch. Even after that, he just top decked it. He had an Archaeomancer underneath his commander. The deck has 16 flickers or something.
Oh yeah, Archaeomancer under a commander is like Warning Bells, Arcanemy.
Kill them. Yes, kill them. He had more than that. He had Cloud of Fairies.
So the counter argument to the whole kill combo players is that
if you're a non-combo player, just to be clear, just for clarity's sake,
is say there's an aggro deck and either a mid-range or a control deck at the table. People don't want to use up all their resources fighting the combo deck, and then they have this full hand control player at the table, and so a lot of the time people will lose track of what they need to do, I think, and start fighting amongst themselves and not just knock people out of the game. And I think a lot of aggro decks, you're going to end up using more resources if you let those players that can just draw 7 live.
Yeah, no, there's certain threats are too dangerous to let live. And part of the thing is if you are playing, and this is often an aggro player problem, because the aggro player has basically less. They have important decisions to make, but there's less of them because they aren't interacting as much, right? Their interaction is the attack step, right? You're playing more threats and more creatures or more things that make your main threat, like a Voltron, to apply a lot of pressure, and that comes at the cost of interaction. Or card draw, which draws you into more interaction. And so
It's like
if you're playing an aggro deck and you need and you're getting in this pinch where you're like, I don't think I can win against the mid range or the control player, but the combo player is doing scary things and I don't have interaction, then I think that there's actually a bit of a harder question at play here than like the game itself that you're playing right then and there. The question is, what deck are you playing right now? Because if you don't have the ability as an aggro player to push through and win the game against a mid-range or a control player, and really, like, control is not a huge part of the meta right now. There's Erinis players everywhere, but, like, you need to have that ability to do that. And that's going to be through pingers, right, where you're distributing damage to everybody and then hammering one person so that when you pivot, you're not pivoting on a full life total. You're not being like, oh, now I get to hit the mid-range player and they're at 30 life or they're at 25 life. No, they're at like 20 or 15, right? And that could be the ETB drain creatures. It could be the pingers. Any way that you have a spreading damage while focusing on whatever player is most problematic to you. But the problem that I've seen so many times is that when the aggro player comes super hot and heavy at the mid-range or the control player and there's a combo player there, mid-range player eventually has to be like, I can't take all this damage, and they're going to levy their interaction at you. And then that interaction is not there when the combo player goes off and the aggro player doesn't have an answer to it, right? So it's like a suicide pact. You're like, cool, so we'll just like kill each other and watch them win? Like, yeah, sweet. Okay, let's
Yeah, and the thinking frequently is like, I just have to blank the combo. Like, they just can't have the combo.
Just have to fade it, which is
Yeah.
such terrible rationale. Like, you should not, like, sometimes you have to fade it because of other things happening at the table, right? But your odds of winning I think the other thing is statistically your odds of winning the game if you remove the mid-range player from it and you don't really have interaction for that combo player go way, 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 way down than if you were to try and take on that mid-range player in later on in the game when they're softened up, when you've been allowed to build a lot of momentum. Like, I won't kill aggro threats in the early game when I'm playing mid-range if they're not attacking me because they're doing an important job. And the cost of that to me is that I'm going to have to handle their board, which is like super swole, later on, right?
That is part of the problem with edict effects is
they do take pressure
you
off
end
the
up-
board.
Yeah, you don't always want to do it to everybody, but you have to.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me actually let me turn on my my virtual camera here so that you can. Oh, output failed. Let me turn this on so that you can actually see what I'm looking at here, because you're talking about edicts and you've gotten me thinking that this. There, now you can see me. Can you see me?
Yeah.
Sweet. Cool. So this is actually a great transition into this topic here while we wait and see if anyone hops
I'm
in.
kind of good at this, huh?
Yeah, that's right. So let's see. Looking for two more. We'll just keep dropping little lines out there. And by the way, one of these days here, Lobbert, we're gonna have to get you on stream and try out the new green screen system I have, where I can get both of us on the screen at the same time with green screens. It'll be super cool.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, very cool. I figured it out. I found software. I have the technology. Okay, so edicts. That game, classic example, right? There's a slime player who like did not play slimes out when they were profitable because he saw that I could play Legate. Right? Mm-hmm. And I kind of wanted slimes in play. I also know that if the slimes weren't there, I would also be doing the attacking with Legate. But that was an example of that.
Do you have a link to this deck?
Yeah. Let me send it to you here. And for those of you in chat, you can take a look at this too. Drop a link there. Send a link to you.
I'm in chat too. I got it.
Yep, there we go. But the question is, if I have an edict in the command zone, do I really want to have any slots allocated to it in the 99? And the argument could be that stacking edicts can be really brutal. It's a really brutal way to oppress the table if you are in the position where you want to do that, right? Like, nobody can have any more creatures anymore. I'm hanging out with the initiative and the monarch. I'm drawing all these cards. I'm starting to like grind value really hard, and I'm punching people while I do it, because that's what Legate allows you to do, right? You can make him into a 5/5, 8/8, 11/11. Like, he gets big. And if you kill him, he's just another edict again, right? So the edicts are almost kind of like they're playing to the initiative plan a little bit. They make Legate bigger and more proactive, but these slots are actually pretty precious, because like I died that game because I didn't really have any like major black life gain in it. And so like creatures at ETB or LTB that gain me a little bit of life, pad the life total, can block, can do all that stuff. Pretty appealing to me. So what do you think about having 6 edicts and the command zone edict in this control deck?
So I think that the only time you're busting this deck out is when you're like, edicts are the way to win this tournament. So I think just making it like, this is its house, this is what it wants to do, I think that's where you keep the deck. And then it's like, I think the better you get at playing any format is when you have like multiple decks in your repertoire that you can bust out. And this is just the one I think that's going to be like, here we go. Like, edicts are the place to be. I don't think that Abdel's showing up.
Yeah. Well, and if and like the kind of things that this would be good against, even though Gretchen does have the ability to insulate itself against edicts with Gretchen, a lot of times the first time the Gretchen goes away, it doesn't come out for a long time again, right?
Yeah.
It's just eating that first one. And this one's stacking a lot of edicts, right? You have a lot of them. You also have a ton of ways to reuse them, either with the 4 Grave Flicker effects on the edict creature, or, which is super busted, by the way, like the sequences that I've like tested with this, where you go turn 3 Lanius, turn 4, you go like Fleshbag Marauder into Undying Malice, and Legate becomes big.
Yeah, it's
powerful.
I do think that there's a lot of strength in like, Gretchen is insulated against one edict.
Multiple, not so much.
Exactly.
So and with Abdel, we have different answers to Abdel, right? Like Abdel, we have sweepers. So I've got the Breath Weapon, Drown in Sorrow, Fiery Cannonade. All this stuff is going to clear out those blockers, and then Legate is baseline of 5/5. He's bigger than Abdel, right? So I think that's kind of the answer for Abdel is just be beating him up, sweeping up the creatures, and then beating them up.
Yeah.
And then you do have some instant speed interaction here. That's part of the reason why Oubliette's probably going to go. I'm probably going to add in like Defile instead, just because nowadays like the tempo of removal is so important to be able to like develop and hold up a 1-piece, like a 1-mana piece of interaction is just
1 piece.
I haven't actually seen that show. Is it good?
You cosplayed as the dude.
What?
Didn't you?
1 Piece?
As Luffy?
What?
Come on. Do you
know something I don't
really
about
didn't.
me?
Are you serious?
Yeah, what's 1 Piece? I know it's a show, but I haven't watched it. I've heard good things about it. I know people like it a lot. Is it ninjas?
Oh my goodness.
I mean, I do ninja stuff.
He's bullshitting us. I'm gonna find the thumbnail where you're doing it with your,
let's see,
bananas on your back or whatever.
Bananas?
I sound like I'm.
You sound like you're crazy right now. What the fuck? Oh, I love this, Lobbert. Okay, so, I mean, did I have a thumbnail?
You had like a red vest on, and you were like shirtless under it.
Red vest.
That's a Luffy.
A Luffy.
Did I dream this?
You dreamed. Chat. This is getting deep end. For those of you that made it to hour 3.5, you're getting like the sauce right now. This is hilarious.
Why do you have so many videos?
Yeah, I know. Like what, 250 maybe? Is that right? It's 200 and something. Yeah, I've never seen One Piece. I've never seen this show. First question, is it good?
Depends.
Okay. So some people like
It's something you can turn your brain off and watch it.
Got it.
You don't need to be like attentive for the whole time. It's a phone TV show.
Got it. Is it a gawky anime where they have like the sort of like weird facial expression type stuff, like really exaggerated facial expressions?
Absolutely.
Okay, yeah, that's the kind of anime I can't stand. So I probably don't know anything about it and would not like it. I'm more of like the oh god, this is such boomer energy, but I'm obsessed with Miyazaki. This just feels so artistic and beautiful. Yeah, what did I do for One Piece? Was this on YouTube? Let's see. I'm looking to see Gary. No, it wasn't Gary the Snail. No.
Do you own a red vest?
A red vest? No.
Oh.
No, I don't.
I'm gonna come back.
We'll circle back around on this one. We'll circle back. What I meant by One Piece was 1 mana removal, instant speed, 1 mana removal. And the only reason I've kept Oubliette so far is because the life gain has been a problem, and Gary plus Oubliette is a lot more life, right? It's gaining you 6 more life. So that's significant. But because Oubliette's just a good card, but also like it does slow down. It's likely to slow down your development, right? Because you have to choose between doing something else in this 3 mana spell, probably, if I were to think. But yeah, that's one of the questions here. There's going to be times where I feel like this deck could be somewhat awkward, like if you're up against maybe like I don't know, pairing the sweepers with the edicts is what we're trying to do, right? And then that acts like a build your own Wrath of God. It's like one way to look at it.
And so you did say that you're already cutting Oubliette?
I'm heavily considering it. Yeah. Because this deck actually doesn't have as much targeted removal as like most other Rakdos control decks are going to have. You know, and that is actually like a concern of mine, I would say, a little bit, is that like the edicts eat up slots that could be instant speed interaction or threats that ETB and drain. Which I really, really want in this deck. I really want to play like Vampire Spawn and Arrogant Outlaw, maybe not so much. Basilica Screecher would be a good one to get in here.
Yeah, I was thinking of the Screecher.
Screecher is good, although Screecher does die to all the sweepers, which is a little frustrating. That is one of the tensions here. This deck is like very much like an anti-creature deck, right? It's going to kill all the creatures. Assuming I get the pieces I need for it. But this was one of my considerations for the Sanctuary tournament. It's one of the decks I'm considering.
Against what are the other ones? If you don't mind me asking.
Yeah, well, let's take a look. I mean, TPI is always on the list, right? TPI is just a good commander. It's a good creature. I think that not playing TPI this time was one of my thoughts, just because I've played TPI in a lot of the tournaments lately. Or like all of them, I guess. And I tend to do well with it. So it's I'm all my placings have been top, definitely top 10. But usually a little bit more than that. I think it was like 6 and 4. The last one was 3rd or 4th. I can't remember. Anyways, but TPI is just like a good deck to choose, right? It has answers for a lot of different things. You have like sort of like this plan that like is fairly passive, but like the pingers turn it into like a very real game plan to just like burn the table out. The card advantage, just part of the thing that's addicting about TPI is how consistently we can try to do our thing. And that's very enticing.
Because it's a deep suite of
just the fucking most broken card advantage spells in the entire format.
And like win conditions. You just got like
pingers.
All the pingers.
Yeah. And a bunch of 1/1s to block for you, to gum up the ground, to do stuff with. You've got amazing interaction. I mean, dude, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, actually 8 1-mana instant speed removal spells. You get the best counter spells in the game. You get some of the most efficient removal. You get amazing card advantage and card selection. You're also like not immediately the scariest thing at the table, generally speaking. If we go by statistics and we say there's 1 to 2 combo players, right? You're just not going to be the scariest thing at the table until you have probably like a pretty good board built up, right? I like the game theory of TPI is what I'm saying. So
are you afraid of going to time?
No, I've never had trouble with time in TPI. I actually, in fact,
with this.
Oh, with Legate?
Yeah.
It won't be as fast as TPI. But the win conditions in it hit really hard. So, like, Pestilence, of course, kind of wins games, especially because we have like a 5 toughness commander, black commander in the command zone. Pestilence is going to win games. We definitely don't push damage like TPI does.
Yeah, that's fine.
I think that's okay. Yeah, like I think there's a chance that this is going to go to time more than TPI will, but I don't know how much more, and I don't think it's a huge amount more. Like, yeah. I mean, the other thing I could consider too, and this would be quite the throwback, but like I could bring a Thrull Parasite out of retirement. Thrull Parasite is like sneakily proactive, right?
I don't think it's even that sneaky about it.
I mean, I guess like people look at it and I think that they think about life gain. They think, oh, they're extorting and they're gaining life. But what I'm really doing is putting a pinger into play on turn 1. And it's always coming back, right? So you're right, it's not sneaky because it's bold-faced. It's right there. It's like on turn 1, it's there. Hi, like it's doing its thing. On turn 2 or on turn 3. But at the same time, I think with extort, people usually think of it like the life gain is what they think about, right? Like at least when I'm playing it.
Sequencing of that card so much more.
Dude, it's so good. Like if you're thinking about playing Gary, consider playing Thrull Parasite instead because you're going to draw a lot less attention and your commander's 1 mana. So, and also, you know the new crime mechanic, Lobbert?
Yeah.
Do you know Thrull Parasite has a pay 2 life, tap it, remove a counter from target non-land permanent? It means you can trigger crimes every turn.
Have we had any of those spoiled yet?
Yes, we have. In fact, one of them is exceptionally good. 2 mana for a 1/2 flying bat. It might be a 1/1 flying bat that says whenever you commit a crime, drain everybody for 1, gain 1 life, and you can do it once per turn. So you can, if you use Thrull Parasite, like you do, right, where you're killing things, you're targeting and killing creatures, you're triggering it, but also you're triggering it whenever Thrull Parasite taps to drain, to lose to trigger the crime. So that one's going to be really fun. That card's very, very good. 2 mana, flying creature that drains everybody. It's very yummy.
Yeah, that is great.
Oh, that actually makes me think the other card that we could consider too for Legate would be Creeping Bloodsucker. Dies to all the sweepers, right? Kind of terrible that way. It's also weird on the curve too because if we play it, we don't get the option of playing the turn 3 Legate, right? Because all of our rocks are 2 mana. I was actually very diligent about that. I cut Bonder's Ornament and Network Terminal for that reason.
But I mean, how many 2-drops do you have? I feel like those are both good options, and I would be fine with either of those. And if I don't have both, then it's just I like Creeping Bloodsucker quite a bit.
Yeah, it's a weird one for me. I like when I top deck it later on in the game, I don't like it very much. Like I'd rather that it was just like any other ETB drain creature. But when you play it on turn 2, it dies sometimes. That's how good it is. Right?
Yeah.
But what's up? We've got what's up, Koss? How you doing?
Hey,
Good to see you. Yeah, you
doing
are
pretty
you
well.
are you trying to play today, or what's your MO?
Yeah, I think I can squeeze the game in.
Okay. Sweet. Well, I'm going to get one more ping out here. Looking for one more. But we are just hanging out and chatting with our live audience right now about some of the options for the Sanctuary tournament coming up. And we were looking at kind of an after-action report of Legate Lanius. But we were talking about different options. Legate was there. Thrull Parasite, an option. TPI, an option. You know, the other one... the other one here for you, Lobbert, is Wood Sage Slimes. Dude.
I'm really low on slimes.
Oh my god, this deck is so sick. Wood Sage is really funny because I posted this in the PDH pod or the PALS server, maybe both. Like being like, ha ha ha, mill and chill, Wood Sage, 33 petitioners, 33 lands, 33 slimes. You know, because Wood Sage can mill you slimes and draw you petitioners. And I thought it was a funny meme, so I posted it. And then it was Erosium posted in chat when we were working on the Witherbloom slime deck. And he was like, what if it just turned out that Wood Sage was the best of all of them? Ha ha ha. And he kind of joked. And then like later on after the stream, I was kind of like haunted, and I was like, wait, is that true? Is that true? Just having a 2-mana mill 4 that's repeatable in the command zone means it is insane. It is so good. Very proactive deck. You absolutely putting like your first slime is probably like a 4/4. Your second one is probably a 6/6. The next one is an 8/8. And then you can just get to play like all this like disgusting card selection to like keep finding slimes. Because you don't need to allocate like, another 10 slots to 2-mana mill. You just play the 1-mana mill, aside from Foresight, and Wood Sage. Such a clean curve. Turn 1 mill, turn 2 Wood Sage, turn 3 mill slime. Turn 4 mill slime. You just slime. And they get so big.
They
What
do.
do you think? Does Echoing Truth scare you that much?
It scares me quite a bit. That's the one that was at the forefront of my mind.
It's only like the most played blue spell, probably.
Yeah, and then all of the other blue like bounce spells and like
Yeah, the bounce spell is definitely
the toughness isn't like a great protection method.
Well,
Like
they don't
still
die in
and you're
combat. They don't die in combat.
Not-
but
right.
they don't die to burn spells, which as the format has sped up, more and more people I think are doing what I'm doing, which is leaning down their removal and their interaction suites to get them as cheap as possible so that they can develop and get their game going while holding up a one-piece, one-piece, Jesus. That's just stuck in my head now like a brainworm. 1-mana piece of interaction, right? And so, like Bolt, Galvanic Blast, these cards don't do anything against slimes. And if they do kill a slime, you're wasting your removal. Let's put it that way. So it's even dodging things like, Vendetta and Ghastly Demise, which really punish you for trying to kill big creatures. Bounce spells not seeing as much play these days because it doesn't feel good to like bounce Abdel, right?
Okay, hold on. Breaking news.
Breaking.
Your Lost Caverns of Ixalan cPDH set review?
That was it.
You look like Luffy.
Lost Caverns of Ixalan, that was the one? Okay,
Yes.
let's see. The LCI set review was how long ago? Okay. On the cover of it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. That's it's not a vest. It's actually a backpack. But okay, so there's a character that just like looks like this.
Dude, look up One Piece and he's on the cover. Like,
Luffy.
it's just you.
How do you spell his
Yeah.
name? One Piece. Luffy.
Just do, yes,
Luffy.
Luffy.
Luffy. Okay. Yeah. I see it.
The hat.
The hat, the red, the shirtlessness. I don't have crazy scars like that, luckily, or maybe unluckily. I don't know. There's some sex appeal in that, but
Yeah.
but
Dude, you had me thinking I was just like going on about
that you were
nothing.
fucking raving. Dude, you remember that time you were like shirtless on stream and you had like a red vest, bro? Like, it's true. Well, you are vindicated, Lobbert. You're right. I
been
was
looking this
wearing
whole
red.
time.
I was shirtless. I did have a hat on. I did look like Luffy from One Piece. Whether or not I'm as good looking as Luffy is definitely yet to be determined. But yes. So genuinely, I am considering Wood Sage for this tournament. If I did, it's possible I'm throwing the tournament because I don't have the depth of experience, right, with this. Or maybe I do really well, right? And maybe it's just like really, really awesome. I think that every time I play this deck in testing, I'm kind of impressed. And it's different than Zemek Guildmage, and it's different than Galloping Lizrog, and it's different than Tempest Heart, and all those other options. Because none of those get to play Ponder, Preordain, Brainstorm, Portent, Careful Study. They do play Careful Study, or like Consider. They don't get to play those. They are stuck playing almost all just mill spells. But like Brainstorm is insane in this deck. With Wood Sage, all the cards that allow you to stack cards onto your deck and then mill them, insane, right? You just get so much card selection where you can be like continually finding slimes while deploying them, and you actually get to play interaction because less mill spells because your commander mills.
So this, the interaction is good and maybe detracts from the point I'm about to make. But the conversation we had earlier in your general chat about me removing all of my creatures that you sacrifice to blow up stuff.
Yeah, like Felidar Cub.
Because I've been having a lot of good experiences with being the player that shows up and is just like, this is the big stupid thing that I'm doing. And I don't worry so much about like my removal has to fit perfectly and like going, because that's a never ending like loop in my head of like, how do I make
what
the
removal is
fit
good
perfectly?
Yeah.
You stress the heck out of all of the control and mid-range players, because then they are using all of their resources, like, well, now, like, don't look at me. I can't stop the combo. Like, I can't stop this thing. I'm not going to attack you, though.
Yes.
And so you have this, like, strong thing you do where if, like, multiple, like, it's not uncommon even in competitive games that one person won't, like, ever get off the ground. It just happens.
Yeah. Yep.
And, like, you take
Usually.
advantage of that.
Yep.
You put a clock on people. You stress out the combo players. And you win the game as like quick as you can, and like slimes do feed into that of just like
They do.
You are saying that you're going to put 30 power into play, and
well, and
like,
really, if you look at what this deck does exceptionally well, it bullies Abdel. Oh my god! Like, nice 1/1s, bro. Here's my 8/8 trample. I'll take all of them and life from you. Gretchen, another example, being a 0/4 in the command zone. Okay, so you like fog, you gain 4 life, but like it's not the same as other matchups where it sits there and it like blocks 2 and 3 power creatures over and over and over and over again. Slimes, turn 4, you are punching somebody with probably a 4/4. Sometimes quite a bit larger. I've in my testing, the range is ludicrous. Sometimes like your first slime is a 7/7, and you're just like, holy shit, how do I lose? I've got 3 more of these in hand. I'm sitting on like 28 power in play and in hand. Like,
if those things are true, then it sounds like a fine place to be, because like the stats say, if you're not playing combo, play aggro, and this is an aggro deck.
It is.
Just in
It's,
that it wants to
it's
attack
like-
that badly.
it's proactive mid range in the sense that it's not gonna like it, I don't know. I guess like maybe like the definitions here get a little bit tough because proactive mid range and aggro sort of kind of look like each other sometimes. But like proactive mid range to me is just better aggro. It's aggro that has card advantage. It's aggro that has interaction. It's aggro that doesn't just like fold to a stiff breeze, right? And I think that's kind of where this sits. You just see so much of your deck too. Like look at this hand here with the Hooting Mandrills. You just go so hard with this hand. Like okay, so turn 1, forest, cycle, go get an island. Right? Put this into hand, draw for next turn, play the Wood Sage. Now in this hand, we might not actually play our Slimes on turn 3 if we don't hit a land, but we will find it with Preordain. So do that, and then up, yeah, okay, well, like, this goes very hard. 1, 2, 3, 4, we got 1 Slime in this case. So we could actually like fade, and we actually got a Treasure Cruise, which we can get back with our Reclaim. And in this case, actually, because I have the Cerulean Wisps, I would just untap this, mill again, draw cards, and then Hooting Mandrills, and then next turn play like a huge Slime. So you go 1 mana, untap this for Cerulean Wisps, draw a card, and then mill 4. And we didn't get any more Slimes there. And then you can go... Let's see, yeah, 1 mana for probably Preordain. No, we'll do Portent on this one. Portent, 1, 2, 3. This is pretty statistically unlikely to be through 24 cards in our deck and only have 1 Slime in the graveyard, but it's fine. This next turn we could actually go Vision Charm and this on top, draw one of these. This one you play Vision Charm to mill for Slime, or you go mill, because we're going to have Hooting Mandrills in there. So yeah, we do it this way, like this. And then we're going to cast a Hooting Mandrills, 1, 2, 3, 4, something like that. 5. Yeah, something like that. And then turn 4, we go, oh, and we would have drawn the land now. Draw the land, play the land. Blue for Vision Charm. 1, 2, 3, 4. Still not a lot of Slimes, but there's 30 of them, so we'll hit them. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, there they are. So like,
We'll find them eventually.
yeah, right. Turn 4, we're making a 6/6. We have 10 power, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then we untap. In this case, we probably cycle the Generous End because this will allow us to go Generous End. So we go Forest, grab a Forest, play the Forest, Island to Preordain, Scry 2, put 1 in hand, 1 on top, mill with the Wood Sage, 1, 2, 3, 4. Slime, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the next Slime is an 8/8. Right, this is turn 5.
And we have had 0 interaction, but
this is turn 5. Like, I think what you were saying before is very relevant, where we're like, we're asking the big questions, and we're doing it of the players that the other players probably want dead, right? So we can lean on them a bit in this case. And if we needed to, at any case, we could have reclaimed on upkeep and put like any of these like counter spells in hand. Like there was actually Ram Through would have been the one. We just put Ram Through on top.
and that probably would have meant like 1 less Slime.
Yeah, 1 less
at some
Slime.
point.
Yeah, or maybe not being able to cast the Vision Charm. Right.
Because you want to maybe it is so maybe it is mid range where you do pivot between like, can I just hold up mana and mill cards so that these Slimes, the first Slime I play is an 8/8.
Yeah.
And then, I'm controlling the game turns 3 through 7, I play 2 spells and it's 20 power.
Yeah. My
Like-
build style has been to get on the board, on turn 3. And then on turns like 5, on turns, I'm not the one doing the interacting, I guess, in the first 5 turns. That's the way I would put it. I'm hitting somebody, right? And in the later turns I can, because there's like 11 or maybe like 14 pieces of interaction in the deck. Mostly counter spells, because the idea is that counter spells are like better than removal. Like, these creatures are bigger than everything else in the game. And our counter spells are going to be better because they can also protect our big creatures and they can interact with combo, right? So try not to die to combo, but our creatures are going to win in combat.
Yeah, blue's broken, we know.
Yeah, yeah, blue's broken, exactly. Yeah, but like, look at this turn. Like, we draw for turn, which was this is turn 6, and we're gonna go. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But we need to mill first. 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. So we have 8 slimes. So we're gonna make a 10-10 and an 11-11. I mean, these are huge, because we have 6 mana and we play both of these, right? Turn 6, this is lethal on maybe the table. Right?
Reclaim has looked awkward.
Yeah, Reclaim is sometimes does feel awkward. Usually you find a way to use it. Usually it's like, okay, if I have, because at this point here, all I need is just a piece of interaction, right? So like this card right here, I also could have like not played a slime and on upkeep and just go Reclaim, put, Negate in hand, because I don't really need a 10-10 and an 11-11. Like, it's just greedy. But Reclaim also helps you get back cards that win you the game, like Ram Through. Right? Being able to get Ram Through back. You can even get a slime back, which is really nice. Being able to just get another slime. You can also be like, get back Treasure Cruise, which is a little weird because you're like putting it on top and then drawing 3 cards, but it is a way to get more. Spell Rupture was in here. The other thing is I forgot about Otherworldly Gaze. This would have... Okay. Yeah. I mean, Reclaim, put a counterspell on top, flashback Otherworldly Gaze, make a 10-10. Right, is the way that looks. But it just feels like very, very consistently applying a lot of pressure. Mulling to 6 here. Kind of sketchy.
What's that? You got a.
There's like a ton of
cantrip
mill.
on the left.
So cantrip, also milling. So you're gonna see like a fair number of cards. I say like keep it on 6 and put Mystic Veil back. Draw. It's a tap land, unfortunately, but okay. And then we go Thought Scour, mill 2, draw, no land. Untap. Pay 1, probably important.
A mental note. You gotta go for broke.
You gotta get the
That's
land
what I-
here. 1, 2, and then draw, no land. So yeah, that sucks. But sometimes magic sucks and you just die. We could have mulled the 5, but yeah, like here's a great opener, right? This is kind of what I've been seeing consistently in this deck is like stuff like this, right? So you open, go here, you go Dream Twist. The idea here, this is the exact concept. That feels good. 2 flashback mill spells, slime, and then draw, do this, Wood Sage, turn, mill 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and our first slime comes out as a 4/4. Like this, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we untap. Probably play a land. Now we can go Careful Study. Although I think I like all the cards we've got right now, so we'll mill. 1,
I'll just
2,
hold
3,
up
4.
vines.
Yeah, hold up vines. There we go. So the second one is now a 7/7. 1, 2, yeah, 7/7. You see what I'm saying though? Like turn 4, that's big, right?
That is big for turn 4. And
Yeah.
then you've got a piece of interaction up.
Right. So, and then if I mill again, 4, we hit another one? No, we don't. That's fine though. Because like next one is 8/8. right? So, turn 5, we're sitting on 15, 19 power worth of creatures.
And so let's say we had to use the vines last turn.
Yep, say we had to use the vines, then this turn we would probably... I don't know that we would even use Careful Study here. Careful Study is like a turn 1 play or a flooding play.
Yeah.
So it does do that, but like right now, like we would never want to discard these because we can win the game with these slimes alone if we can just protect them. And Ram Through is like a hasty slime, right? Hits him straight in the face.
What are you naming on Wood Sage?
Ah, that's a great question, and I actually have an answer for you. It depends. So let's take a look at the creatures. There's not very many of them, but it's mainly Hooting Mandrills or Thrumming Bird, depending on depending on how many slimes you have in the yard. Early game, Thrumming Bird or Hooting Mandrills is a great choice. Hooting Mandrills is really good. Hooting Mandrills is really good if you are as like a turn 4 tempo play. So you go turn 4 slime Hooting Mandrills, right? And you double your power, right? Because you probably put a 4/4 in, and then you put another 4/4 in. So it's very efficient, right? The other answer is Thrumming Bird. And if you do Thrumming Bird, then you take a turn off to play your Thrumming Bird. Thrumming Bird admittedly is a little more awkward in Wood Sage because your commander is 2, and you always play your commander on 2. Thrumming Bird is very, very good though. This card, it's hard to imagine it dying on purpose because you've got slimes and they're way scarier. But Thrumming Bird makes every one of your slimes bigger every single turn, right? Very impressed with Thrumming Bird. However, in this deck, it's possible that we just want it to be another slime. And then that would make it very uncomplicated. You always name Hooting Mandrills, right? Later in the game, if you already have Hooting Mandrills, later in the game you can search for Generous End if you have the mana to cast it, right? So I think your 2 picks are like early game Hooting Mandrills, and actually I think we can cut Thrumming Bird. I'm actually starting to see that it's pretty awkward. Here, you like take a whole turn off. It is pretty nice though, because what it does is it says the first slime you play is going to be 1 slime bigger every turn, right? So you can play a slightly smaller slime and it becomes relevant over the course of the game.
Yeah, and it like having things between your slimes.
In the old builds, you go turn 1, and you can actually do this here. You can go turn 1 mill, turn 2 Thrumming Bird, skipping the commander, turn 3 slime, and then the slime is probably a 3/3, and then you make it into a 4/4 with the Thrumming Bird, right? Which is good. That's and the reason the Thrumming Bird works is because the Thrumming Bird is the equivalent of milling a slime every single turn. So it's kind of like the commander, right? The commander says mill 4 cards. We have 30 slimes in the deck, so the math is approximately that you mill 1 slime every 4 cards. It's like 3 something, right?
I think it's a fine card.
It's fine. Yeah, it's just fine.
Yeah.
I
don't know if I'd cut that. You've probably already litigated this, but the self-mill spells, it feels like they could be slimes. Like,
Interesting. I think I could see myself cutting 3 of them to get the slime number up to 33. And the reason that 33 is relevant is because there's breakpoints, right? You can only, like, there are cards that mill 2 cards, there are cards that mill 3 cards, there are cards that mill 4 cards, and then there are some cards, very unusual, like Shriekhorn, that mill 6 cards. 1 mana mill 6 is ludicrous in this deck. But generally speaking, we're looking at a 1 mana mill 4. And what a 1 mana mill 4 translates to is approximately like 1 1/3 slimes. So that means you're between 1 and 2 slimes milled every...
in the graveyard. But it's never one in your hand.
With these cards here?
Like, they're always mill spells. So it is an Anthem effect, but you've also got an Anthem effect glued to every slime.
Right. So the reason I like the 1 mana ones is because turn 1, and this is a good question you're asking, so I'm not throwing it off. Turn 1 being able to do something that makes your turn 3 slime quite a bit bigger, feels very powerful. It feels like being able to take more game actions in a game that lead to it being bigger.
So if you don't, what if you didn't play a slime on turn 3 and held up interaction and just waited for your commander to do the work for you?
Well, yeah, that is one of the advantages of Wood Sage, and I think one of the things to test is like Wood Sage is not going to die on purpose, I don't think, in games. Like,
Yeah.
he's going to die on accident to edicts, to sweepers, right?
Yeah.
And to maybe like a mistaken individual who gets worried about what it does. So knowing that it's kind of insulated against targeted removal, right? You could just say, we're just going to mill with Wood Sage, but I don't think that's consistent enough to make big slimes. And the other thing is that the number of interaction spells we can run in the deck is already at a low enough level that we can't really expect to have one every game to interact with people like I would in a Rakdos mid-range deck where I'm like, or TPI where it's like, yeah, of course I've got interaction. In this deck, it's like we have it sometimes, and other times we mill it over. You know, it's a little bit more random, which is kind of what scares me. I would say that my therapist would say that I like being in control. So I don't love the idea of like milling these, but it is what you do in the deck. You know, you self-mill stuff that you want sometimes, and then you draw things that you don't. But being able to go turn one of these things into turn 2 Wood Sage, and realistically, it's Careful Study, Consider, Dream Twist, Mental Note, Secret Keeper, Otherworld, Legate, Shriekhorn. You can't count Cerulean Wisps. That's really like a turn 4 play, mostly.
But it also has draw a card on it, so it gets
That's right. So it gets a big pass. It's a mill 4 draw card, right? Or
so like I would also be keeping like
Surprise
mental
blocker?
note. It's just the ones.
so like Stream of Thought maybe, or Thought Tome Scour,
Tome
Vision
Scour
Shower,
seems-
Charm. Tome Scour
is-
is 1 mana mill 5. That's even better.
It is 5. So you cut the ones that are like, what does that charm do?
Vision Charm, it's a 1 mana mill 4 at instant speed with the ability to phase out target artifact. Or, and actually you're going to love this, third ability says, or all lands of one type are basic lands of your choice until end of turn. What does that do that's very good?
I don't know.
High Tide on the stack. Vision Charm. All islands are forests.
They lose all their other types?
They become the type. It's like they aren't that type anymore. Yeah. This card is actually like really very interesting in self-mill decks. All lands are changed to the same type. They are changed. But, I mean, really, like, you know, you can also clear the way, you know, for like in a turn where you just like at the beginning of their turn, you say like all your blue mana becomes red, or all of your, you know, in an Azorius matchup, or all your blue mana becomes black, right? And of course, they're going to have like, you know, non-basic lands, of course. So it's not always going to do that, but mainly it's there as a 1 mana mill 4. Hey, Koss says, yeah, Vision Charm is a Dan staple. High Tide, but also Crypt Rats. Yeah, Crypt Rats as well. Yeah, I mean, there's things you can do. I'm memeing mostly here. I'm definitely memeing, but yeah, the mill 3s, the 1 mana mill 3s are statistically likely to put 1 slime in the graveyard. Right?
Yeah, and that it's I feel like it's only important as like tempo for like I need bigger slimes in play quicker.
Right, which I don't find that I run out of slimes all that often. That's one observation I have. It's just not that common. I just usually have them. And I've been running, I've probably run through like 40 or more playtest hands with it. So
Also, you're running Brainstorm in this?
I am, yes. Brainstorm
Okay.
has a great home here. Definitely. Are there any other cards that do that for like 2 mana?
Ooh, I think
They're like stack on
There might-
top. There's like Moment
I
of
think
Truth.
there are. think there's one that's like a half a brainstorm. It's like 2 in 1.
Mm-hmm. There's like Moment of Truth is one of them.
No.
But these are different. This is like a class of effects where like telling time effects. You know, which, you know, maybe one way to look at it too is what are cards that would pair with Wood Sage to mill selectively, right? So you know what you're milling, right? So like your Ponders, your Preordains, you know, all the 1 mana cantrips are pretty good here, except for Sleight of Hand. Sleight of Hand's like just like a 1 mana dig 2 card. It's like iffy kind of, but it's 1 mana, right? So the tempo of that is very important. But like knowing what's on top so that you can mill it with Wood Sage instead of relying on, or instead of like having a lot of these 1 mana mill spells, it's an option. But a lot of these are really good. Like Consider I would still play. Otherworldly Gaze gets milled into the graveyard and then it's just there. And then Otherworldly Gaze in the mid game, you go and you look at the top 3, you select which ones you don't want and the ones you do, and then if you get a slime on top, then you replay the slime, right? Or if it's a counterspell on top, then you just get to hold it up. So Otherworldly Gaze tends to act like card selection in the deck.
Yeah, Otherworldly Gaze you're gonna mill more cards than you're going to draw.
Yeah.
And so more often than not, it's free.
Spy Network. What's that? Spy Network. This is an old card. Look at target player's hand, top card of that player's library, and any face-down creatures they control. Look at the top 4 cards of your library, and then put them back in any order.
No.
We're going to mill all those cards. Yeah, it doesn't replace itself either. That's an interesting idea, Koss. But the problem is that it's not changing, like, it's not getting us deeper into our deck, right? We do get to see what's on top, but we're just looking at 4, rearranging them maybe, and then milling them with Wood Sage. So that's probably not where we want to be. I
guess there aren't any that I can.
There's not a ton, no. But I guess these have all just felt really good. There's other things like on turn 4 when you get like Slime and you have 1 more mana, then you're able to often mill like 7 to 8 cards with Wood Sage activation plus one of these, right? So you've got these like turns where there's mana in between, because you can't double slime. Like double sliming is a very unusual thing. It doesn't really happen that much, which is why Quandrix is not like a very good slime commander. You just run out of slimes. When you double slime the first time, it's the last time. Yeah. So
I was just trying to think of like, So you looked at all the untappers, I assume?
Untapping creatures?
Yeah. Like if you're like a 2 mana something that's like untapped target creature or something like that, it could be like repeatable mill.
So I've looked at MV, so like 1 mana untap cards, and there's not. Well, like there's Arachnoid Adaptation. I mean, one way you could look at these, it's kind of a funky piece of interaction, but you could go like, somebody attacks you, right? And because we're swinging all the time, you like block with Wood Sage. Although you would have to untap Wood Sage, block with Wood Sage, and then tap it to mill. And you have a 3/3. Like Arachnoid Adaptation is one of them. That's an option.
It's the sequencing issue where you were saying that it's really important to mill on turn 1 with the 1 mana mill spells. Like that's why they're all 1 mana, and we'd be losing that.
That's true. Yeah.
Copperhorn Scout is like vigilance for all your dudes, and it mills you. It probably only does it once, but
does it once and then never again because somebody's like, oh no, I don't want that. Cerulean Wisps is about as good as it gets. Burst of Strength is another one. Put a +1/+1 counter, untap it for 1 mana instant speed. That's kind of exactly the energy we want.
And you gotta have the. Oh, I'm so bad. 1 mana untap it, gives it +1/+1 in blue. And
Shore Up. I don't have Shore Up, but Shore Up seems great.
That's a versatile card.
Yeah, that is versatile. There's Leaping Ambush. There's a bunch of these like 1 mana like untap all your things cards, right? Or like untap thing, give it some bonus. Like Ornamental Courage and Leaping Ambush are actually both kind of interesting because they give a lot of toughness. So, you can like block. Oh, there's also Quirion Ranger, but like that's actually kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Quirion Ranger's kind of broken actually, isn't it? You like
Yeah, that's the kind of repeatable stuff. Like play that on turn 1, and then
yeah, the Quirion Ranger
You're milling a
seems
lot
fucked up actually because you go like turn 1 Quirion Ranger, turn 2 Wood Sage. You don't turn 3. You go mill, float mana, untap with Quirion Ranger, mill, slime, and it's gonna be big. It's gonna be you just milled 8 cards, right?
and your land count's already super low, right?
Right, like, and you're never double sliming, right? It's just not actually something that's happening. And the fact is, too,
Yeah,
you can
that
use
doesn't
this
matter.
during your opponent's turn to untap your slimes and block with them. Okay, Quirion Ranger's very good. Yeah, Quirion Ranger is very good in this deck. Shore Up seems also like a card that should be here. Although the interaction that I put in here is specifically counter spells so that the protection is also interaction. Does that make sense? Like the modality of it?
Yeah.
So the modality of Shore Up is that it's also a mill spell.
Yeah.
Which would be useful on turn 4 if we didn't have very many slimes. Right? If we didn't have very many slimes.
That is what I was saying with like the shore up type spells. Yeah, they're slow. Compared to the like just self mill. That's what I was saying. Like, what if we just didn't play a slime until turn 6? I mean, that's maybe too far out, but maybe turn 4 or 5, and we could also mill at the same time. Maybe that's not good enough.
Because part of it is
I would
like if you
rather
have
the mana up.
if you have one like the where this would work is if you had 1 mana interaction, right? Because then you could like turn 3 hold up a count, like, because you can't play a slime and hold up a counter spell until turn 5 if you hit your land drops. Depends on how dodgy things are getting, right? Like sometimes you need to pump the brakes a little bit, or you can look around at the table and be like, yeah.
Like since that turn 4, like having a 1 mana protect spell or something like a spell pierce would be like a pretty high priority.
I think spell pierce, yeah.
And dispel.
I just think part of it too is like, even though there is a lot of validity to having really cheap interaction and having an interactive deck that can interact very early, I don't think this is the deck. I don't think that's our job, right? Like our job is to be like the looming threat to the combo player that is going to end them very quickly while other people are like holding up interaction. And then we're basically just like any other aggro deck or proactive mid-range. We're then taking our board position and leveraging it to run over everybody else in the late game or the mid game, maybe.
That is what I got excited about.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, maybe this deck is valid in the first place. And so a lot of the time I just ask questions and I think we explored it. And I don't think that this is where we want to be.
Yeah. I do like a lot of these cards, though. These like untap, because these untapping effects are really interesting. You can also just untap slimes.
Yeah.
Like somebody attacks you and you're like, surprise, here's my my 9/13, or like what would it be like? It'd be like a 9/11. Like you get like some big slime to like block somebody with.
George Bush slime.
I know, George Bush slime, 9/11, mission accomplished. I ambush vipered you with my giant slime thing. Shore Up definitely seems like it wants to be here. Maybe Shore Up should come in for sure. There's a bunch of other ones here. There's like Vitalize is kind of interesting. 1 mana untap all your creatures. That's a line of text. That's a line of text that you can have.
That's a strong green 1 mana spell.
I mean, if we read this as like mill 4 on turn 4, right? Mill 4, vigilance for like 1 creature on turn 4. It's pretty good. it means it's not happening on turn 1. And I say turn 4 because turn 4 we can use this and we can deploy a slime, right? But late game, this is also like pretty devastating, I think. Like pretty heavy. Somebody's going to be really unhappy that you're doing it. There's also sorcery speed versions of those, but that one's, I think, the premium one. But anyways, all of this is to say that this is like one of the decks that I'm considering playing. It would be kind of experimental if I were to, and there's a chance that it'd be like throwing my opportunity at, at like placing well or potentially winning or something like that. But I think that it's actually like pretty strong, pretty consistent, fairly proactive. I don't know where the Quarian Ranger fits in here and how I make room for it. Is it just like a mill spell, like Dream Twist maybe? Dream Twist is... I've never looked at the top card of my library and put it in the graveyard if it was a slime. So I will say that about Consider. Consider is only ever, like, these 1-mana card selection spells aren't mill spells. They're draw spells. They find us more slimes later on. So
one deeper.
Yeah, one deeper. So like Consider could just be Quarian Ranger.
I mean, it's mana generation. It's more mill.
Yeah, I think Quarian Ranger is pretty gasoline. We'll put that under mill and creatures.
I love that you can do it the turn that it comes out. That's so good.
It's so cool. It's haste. Yeah, that haste is good. And sometimes it's going to allow you to make a land drop, right? Do the old core Skyfisher trick in Pauper where you're like, oh, I didn't make my land drop, but I still have 3 mana. Yeah, that kind of thing is definitely
how many
nice.
actual lands are you on? Like,
actual lands is 29. And I'm going to have to explain why it's so low. Lorien Revealed, Generous Scent, Thirsting Roots, and Abundant Harvest.
I was thinking that was high.
29. I think so, but we have 33 total land sources. Abundant Harvest, I'm increasingly realizing, is a green. It is just Ash Barrens in every green deck. It is just better than Ash Barrens. You will hit a land, and it can be any land, so it could be like a more useful land.
Hold up there.
Or you draw a card, or you get something. You get action. Ash Barrens doesn't allow you to get action.
Ash Barrens is instant speed, uncounterable. You get to choose the color.
Right, but Ash Barrens doesn't draw you cards. It just gets you a replacement. Whereas Abundant Harvest could be like really good. You could like early game, it does the thing that Ash Barrens does. Late game or mid game, it draws you action. I think almost every green deck I'm going to be playing in the future is going to have Abundant Harvest instead of a basic. Is how it's going to look, I think, in the future. And then Thirsting Roots is the other one. It's the same thing, except it has Proliferate, right?
Pretty good, yeah.
So, late game, you just draw it, and you're like, oh, I'll just like make all my slimes Mas Grande. Generous Scent and Lorien Revealed, of course. No explanation needed there. Simic Growth Chamber is a card that probably could go from the list as well, just because it's very awkward. Like on turn 3, you wish it was just any other land. On turn 2, you don't get to play Wood Sage. I think it's actually incredibly awkward. Yeah, we're gonna throw that one to the wolves. Maybe add one more forest. What's the balance right now? 41, 40. Okay, see, that's about right. Like 13 and 11. We could also go up on islands to make our Mystic Sanctuary a little better. Mystic Sanctuary is pretty good here. And yeah, so 33 total. I would like to get 3 more slimes in the deck. So how about we maybe because Wood Sage is the commander instead of the other ones where you didn't, like in Galloping Lizrog, you didn't have anything to play on 2 unless it was in your hand, right? Mm-hmm. And Zemek even, like Zemek, you don't play Zemek on turn 2. That's not the point. You play it later on when you have mana and you start pulling counters off to draw cards. But I think in this deck, we're almost always playing Wood Sage. It's just better.
I buy it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm onto that one. Add a slime, and then we could. It's possible.
You have the what's it called? The enchantment, flash enchantment, give hexproof, right?
Yeah, I do. I added Mystic Veil, Alexi's Cloak. I'm playing Confound and Intervene. So basically, the interaction here is and Vines of Vastwood. So the interaction is like focused on me. It's focused on my things, but it can do to other things.
Yeah, I was just thinking. I usually end up playing those spells in mono blue decks. So my first thought was, why don't you just play Reality Ripple? But it's blue.
Yeah,
But it can
blue
save
can
a
be hard.
slime.
It can save a slime. That's true. Although I really love the idea of like Alexi's Cloak on like an 11/11 slime. It's just like really
Yeah.
devastating.
You-
Probably game
You don't
ending.
need to. Yeah.
Like if any of these are ever, if you ever have the opportunity to sorcery speed and just make your 7/7 or your 8/8 shroud, you're gonna do some serious work with that card.
It's like that's like half my wins off of Thraben Watcher is just like, I put this thing on here. This is an unsolvable problem, and like white's hard to win with, and
Yeah.
that's something you can ride. So I buy that. That's good.
Yeah, for sure. Let's just see. Just got a message here looking for a fourth. I think actually, let's see. Up the stream soon, but next time. Hey, it's Jay. Was just looking to see if we were gonna play, and we'll probably wrap things up here in a little bit here. I don't have any time for more games, but yeah. Okay, so this looks sweet. I think this is definitely one of the decks. It would be kind of a public service if I were to take it into the tournament. I'm sure there'd be lots of people cheering me on. But I think there's also like a decent chance that like, I don't know, it's very proactive. It's very purposeful. You know, it knows what it's doing. It's confident about it. It's, you know,
It's easy to discount.
it's easy to discount. You know, it's very aggressive. It's very resilient, right? It's resilient in the sense that like your slimes, if when you kill them, it doesn't make them like when more slimes come, they will be huge, right? They're just going to be huge, and it dodges a lot of removal. It dodges like all the damage-based stuff. It dodges even a lot of black removal.
The edict thing is a problem. Though,
Edicts are a
for the
problem,
deck.
but I don't know. Like, I don't expect like super edict heavy decks to be at tournaments all that often.
I keep seeing them.
You do? Yeah,
I do.
interesting. Probably because people are excited about all the good edicts that we've gotten recently. I certainly am. Yeah, so it's possible, and definitely edicts do like hurt. Edicts do hurt the deck. You know, they're taking like big pieces off the table. You can also look at the person who has the edicts and be like, you know, like this creature is going at the combo player. Are you sure you want to play that edict right now? Do a little politicking with him, right?
Yeah, I think the Thrull Parasite is honestly my answer.
Yeah, Thrull Parasite's definitely a cool one. I haven't made some changes to it that I need to, like Tokasha's Dig Site coming out for Crystal Grotto, which I always forget about this card. Crystal Grotto is so good. And the new Surveil one, that's one of the cards from the new, what's it called? It's like Pylon, something Pylon. It's the same thing, but it's Surveil.
I just like running a lot of basics.
Yeah, and I think in
My
this
mana
deck
bases are
too,
always super simple.
how much, like I could probably cut down a little bit here. I really like Dross Pits and Hidden Necropolis in control decks. So I like keeping both of those. This mana base looks pretty good. I could actually just not play Crystal Grotto and play like a Swamp. That's probably correct. We want to make sure our Defiles hit nice and hard.
Swamps are pretty good.
Yeah, Swamps are good. I love how in Thrull Parasite too, you get to play like Vendetta. It's so cool. Vendetta is like such a cool card. It's just like not a card you should play if you don't have like ample life gain. It's just, you know, like when you have to kill a Dargo, it feels bad. They're like,
look at it in Sphinx Summoner all the time of like, oh, I need 1 mana. Like, should I cut my what's it called, Candy Grapple?
Yep.
Maybe for
or Final
for
Flourish.
Vendetta? Yeah, like I have both of those, and I'm
Yep.
like, the 1 mana kill spells are so tempting, but I don't know if I can always do them.
Yeah.
But But in Thrull Parasite, you just get to
Yeah, that's true.
Defile. I don't even get around that.
Oh, Defile is so good. Defile, Snuff Out, Spinning Darkness, Ghastly Demise, Vendetta is such a powerful interactive suite to just have access to. Looking at other like, how would I build, like, would I, like, maybe what I would do in this deck is, oh, interesting. I don't actually have Extract a Confession in here yet. Which is just definitely wants to be here. By the way, Extract a Confession with Spinning Darkness is gas. Because Spinning Darkness is exactly 6 mana. So you can, like, empty your graveyard with Spinning Darkness and then Extract a Confession for the full collect
Another
evidence.
benefit of being mono black.
Isn't that sick? Mono black is just like, oh, that's so good. It brings such devilish joy. Yeah.
I can't get the numbers for either of those cards.
For Spinning Darkness?
In like Sphinx Summoner, where
Oh, I see. For black cards, I see.
Yeah, I have like very few.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm looking at. Does this have a Fanatical Offering? It does. This doesn't have Astrolabe in it, but I think that Astrolabe in mono black is still playable if you're doing plunder stuff. Right? Because it's just it's exactly half of Ichor Wellspring.
And you can extort off of it?
Yeah.
Now you're speaking my language.
Oh, yeah, you know it, dude. I'd almost be willing to cut something like Read the Bones for something like that. Like, Read the Bones is really good. Or maybe, like, actually Blood Pact would be the one. Just a 3 mana draw, 2. It is instant speed, but 1 mana for Astrolabe, I'm always going to be able to play that. And it doesn't cost me life.
I'd rather have the instant than the scry on Read the Bones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, part of the thing is, like, you have to get your artifact count up high enough that the plunders are consistent. That's part of the thing. I could probably play a little bit less ramp in Thrull Parasite too. Like, some of these here. Which one would I cut? I mean, there's like Fountain of Ichor and Guardian Idol, but I've traditionally found these cards to be like pretty powerful in control decks. They just allow you to like punch.
Yeah.
They're like man lands, right? 35. So I have 33 lands in deck. And 2 of them are cyclers. So I can cut a basic. 32 plus 2 cyclers.
With all your draw spells and your...
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Extract Confession goes in. And we've got Trespasser's Curse. I probably should have Bloodseeker in here, but I don't know. Bloodseeker dies to all my own sweepers. I guess I just like, it's just a timing thing, right?
Yeah.
Bloodseeker's just that good, right?
I mean, you have the Reanimator stuff. If you need to, like the little ones, like a Blood Fountain.
Blood Fountain, Tortured Existence are the main ones. Although Tortured Existence is kind of interesting because I only have 19 creatures in the deck.
I don't like Tortured Existence.
I think Tortured Existence is really good when you have a high creature count because it's allowing you to skip the command tax. But I think in this deck actually, I'm kind of not maximizing it. So I think that one will go. I have Honored Heirloom in here. And I think Honored Heirloom can go. Honored Heirloom can be something else. That's one of the mana rocks I don't need. Would that be like...
You have Nihil Spellbomb?
I do have Nihil Spellbomb and Bajuka Bog. Okay. I could go up like Fairy Macabre. Fairy Macabre would be an interesting one. Although Fairy Macabre is...
I like that it sits in your... Like, I'd rather have it in your hand and nobody knows about it than you're forced to use it.
Right. And like, Honored Heirloom is so face up. And it's expensive face up, right? It's 3 mana. It's tapping your mana source and 2 mana to do it, right? You don't get to extort off of Fairy Macabre, but I definitely want to cut Honored Heirloom.
It's the one I cut the most, so...
Yeah, and then would it be like... What are some cards I could add here? There's also Gurmag Angler, which is an option in this deck as well, just as like another proactive thing. There is... I could put more rocks in, like Lembus. I could put Lembus in.
I think Lembus is over my threshold for like this doesn't do enough for the mana.
It's not as good as Ichor Wellspring because you're not drawing 2 cards. You're drawing. It's actually better on the front half, a little bit worse on the back half. So I think it's actually kind of the same. So like when you don't have Plunder, Lembus is better. When you do, Ichor Wellspring is better, right? So actually, in that sense, it does kind of do the thing, which I like. Other cards. There's also like cards like Phyrexian Gargantua. Bloodseeker? Yep. Bloodseeker's in there. I added.
What's the Bloodsucker?
A creeping Bloodsucker? It is not here. And the reason for that is probably because my commander does it.
Well, you were also worried about the
clock, I guess, could be a question. So like
your own sweepers.
My own sweepers, yeah, right.
Yeah.
And that's actually, I have Cemetery Gate in here, and I think that is going to go as well. Cemetery Gate is a really powerful lock with Pestilence.
I think it's too cute.
But it's not like what we want to be doing here. So instead, what would that be? I've got 2 slots now, and these could just be ETB drain creatures, right? I've even got Basilica Screecher, and Basilica Screecher is a great card. Like it's one of the most staple black spells in the format in a lot of ways, and just having another. But like double extorting is kind of a bit of a dream. It's not really something you can often do. Often you have enough to extort once, and because you have spells you want to cast. So if you have more than one spell you want to cast, you're not double extorting both, right? So you rarely get value out of having multiple extort creatures in play. So I could actually cut Screecher. That's an interesting thought.
I don't think you should though. It's so cheap. You have cranial plating?
No.
Dude.
This deck doesn't do cranial plating. Cranial plating is not the vibe. In fact, I've had it in the deck before, and every time I had it just rotted. It just rotted. It was so bad. But I know what you're talking about. I could add Phyrexian Gargantua. That's another one, just like a big body that can close the game out, generates card advantage. That's another option. I quite like that card.
This deck lives off of the draw 2s.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, and it's a body, right? Like you can Throne of the Dead 3 into this. That's insane. Just like put my 7/7 into play, draw 2 more cards. That's
this 6 mana.
It's 6 mana, but this is also like a ramp deck. You do like curve out. When you've interacted with the combo player early, they weren't able to combo. You've got your mana, you build your board and draw some cards. It's a pretty huge tempo swing in our favor. There's also some other things we could look at too, like Mordor Muster and Dusk Legion Zealot could come in for Persistent Specimen and Sanitarium Skeleton.
Oh, that's why
they were there because of
Tortured Existence.
Because of Tortured Existence, yeah. Which is, I mean, we could just draw more cards, right? Like that's the other option, right? Just like face up Mordor Muster and that other one, they do the same thing, right?
So I think Specimen is special because it's so much cheaper. And better than the other
one. Well, it's only 1 mana cheaper. It's 4. I mean, which is a difference, but like
and it's instant speed too.
Instant speed,
putting it back into play.
Yeah. So Persistent Specimen offers us a way to always have fodder to sacrifice.
So I say definitely keep that one. Only the other one is
cut Skeleton. Skeleton is really good with Tortured Existence because then you can bring it back into your hand over and over again. So they kind of do different things. Like Skeleton works with Tortured Existence, Specimen works with Plunders. But if we're not doing Tortured Existence, then then that's fine. So maybe. And both of them too, like the thing is we don't need to plunder over and over and over again because if we're drawing cards, we're gonna get stuff to plunder away. So I almost think that like Dusk Legion and Mordor Muster could go in here. And most of the time in mono black decks, I don't like putting these cards in there because they're very do nothing. But in this case,
Yeah,
they're
they're
actually
space
something to
fillers.
sack. There's something to block with, and they draw us a card, right? So they could come in. You know, both of these could go
What
for
about?
that because we have like actually a lot of slots now that we're making changes, right?
Do you have the?
Oh, Trailblazer's Torch needs to be in here. Whoops.
I'm trying to decide if it would be good. I'm not sure.
Trailblazer's Torch
The-
is like a
No, not that one.
Oh, okay.
I was thinking of a different card. The 3 mana creatures get -1/-1, and you can cycle it.
oh
That one does
Mephitic
a lot of work for me.
Mephitic Vapors. No, Suffocating
Maybe.
Fumes. Mephitic Vapors is
Suffocating
sorcery
Fumes.
speed, and it's yeah, Suffocating Fumes.
But your commander is 1 toughness.
Suffocating Fumes only hits your opponent's stuff. Yeah, which is why I have Arms of Hadar in here as well. Because usually there's like one player. Oftentimes I find myself in a game with a player who just has like a hard on to kill me, and I just need to be able to look at them and say no, stop.
Yeah.
You know, like without having to negotiate or anything, and just like make their stuff go away. I'm feeling like so I'm at 100 cards. I could cut Skeleton and Specimen, and then I could bring in. I'd have 2 slots, so it could be Dusk Legion and Mordor Muster, or it could be other things. I don't know. I'm not sure what else it could be. I've even had like Ghastly Death Tyrant as an option in the deck at times, because of the enchantment destruction is kind of a toolboxy thing. There's also Befoul. There will be Gretchen players. So being able to Dimir Houseguard for Befoul is interesting. We could just play freaking Sinkhole. I know, I've always kind of toyed with that idea.
I like Befoul better.
Yeah,
Because
because it
the
hits
phase
creatures.
of the game that you want to blow that up is usually around turn 4 or later.
Yeah, like we're happy doing that on turn 4. It also kills
Yeah,
creatures,
it's
which means that it's
versatile.
not useless. And I don't like cards that are useless in every other scenario.
And you don't are you playing the other extort creature, the 4/2?
No, I don't. You mean the 3/2?
Is it a 3/2?
Yeah, it's trash, dude. That card is so bad. I think it's unplayable. It's one of the few. Extort is so good, but like, I don't know. 4 mana is so much.
I recently did put it into Sphinx Summoner, actually above Disciple of the Vault.
Sphinx Summoner,
Because I'm
you go.
It's different. It's a combo, so you can just like I have infinite mana.
Yeah,
Either of these will work.
it's an outlet.
But it's also like
Keeps
it's
you
been
alive.
keeping me alive, and I'm generating enough mana, and I think you might be generating enough mana too.
Oh yeah.
That
11
you could
mana
play
rocks?
it, and it would be fine. It would be good.
I guess like
Maybe.
the times that is good is when my commander has died and it's expensive, and instead I have I have like a cheap thing that I can put out that does the same thing. But like double extorting is not that realistic. That's part of the thing, which is kind of why I'm looking at the Basilicus creature. Like I almost wonder whether it'd just be like if I go turn 1 Thrull Parasite, turn 2 Basilicus creature, turn 3 play a spell. There's not a good shot. There's not very good odds that I'm actually going to be able to double extort. It's like wasted, So it's as weird as it seems. Basilicus creature could come out. The other option too. This might seem crazy, but we're kind of the perfect deck for a Poison Belly Ogre.
What's that one again?
5 mana, 3/3. Whenever a creature comes into play, that player loses 1 life. It is a worse version of Bloodseeker that hits you too. But it's just another tool against TPI, people have been playing
Sure.
Kadira lately, against Abdel.
Abdel for sure.
It does.
I respect that. I think
You
that's
know?
probably good. That should be in.
Okay,
It
so
wins the game.
it's ridiculous, but like we're going to cut the extort creature. I think we're also going to cut the Sanitarium Skeleton. Let's put Poison Belly. And, you know, it's funny, Poison Belly has been in this deck before. But, dude, like, when you, like, having this out in your deck where you can go, where you can, like, hit Throne of the Dead 3 and then dig for your answer to the Flicker combo feels amazing, right? It's just there in your deck somewhere to find. And now we have, like, 2 creature hits that we can hit. We also have Trespasser's Curse as well. So, so that works. There's actually some other pretty weird ones you can do too, like Death Greeter. I think Death Greeter means that everybody dies when Malcolm goes off, but you don't. Not Death Greeter, sorry. Oh, I was thinking of Leon and Elder. Never mind. I was thinking of the white one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the white 1-drop Leon and Elder. I'm thinking
Usually
Orzhov.
they can just solve it and keep going, though.
Yeah.
Like whenever I've been locked out by something like that, I'm like, oh, well, I have so many resources now that I can get enough cards to bounce your thing, and then I just keep going and I kill you.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's true. So I have one more slot, and that could be a whole bunch of different things. What about... What's the other creature that cycles? Oh, cycling type creature, but it's swamp cycling.
well, there's the guy right over there on the right on your sideboard.
Yeah, there's Twisted Abomination. Yeah, Twisted Abomination. Okay. Oh, I'm thinking of in red. When you're in Rakdos, you can do some. There's some other ones because that's something you can always do. Is just like kind of artificially increase your threat count by like putting lands like creatures in your mana base. I could have more recursion in here. There's a lot of draw spells in this deck. What would it be? Something for finishing the game, maybe? Like Gurmag Angler kind of comes to mind, but Gurmag Angler is inconsistent. I don't love how that card plays out sometimes. Dimir Houseguard.
The Poison Belly is definitely a step in the right direction. That's
yeah.
pretty good.
Oh, wait a second. Vault, Disciple of the Vault stops Malcolm.
No,
It kills them.
it does.
That's very interesting. I mean, I don't love the card. I'm just saying, like, I guess I'm looking at like stacks pieces, right?
So that card has gotten me killed many more times than it's killed other people.
Really?
People fear that card. They're like, ugh, you know, it's been banned in Modern and in Pauper.
Okay.
And
I can believe that. I think
it's
that if
fragile as heck.
yeah, it dies to everything. It dies to our own sweepers for sure. This could be a deck where, like, if we have enough creatures that we have 18 of them, where like maybe just a big Reaping the Graves would be good, like as a late game tool. It just feels kind of bad in the early game.
And if there isn't like a person that's getting locked out, Disciple of the Vault just does so little damage because it's target
Yeah.
player.
What if we did Font of Return? What do you think about that card? Or maybe Soulstare Expedition, like a permanent that sits in play that you can deploy early for cheap. Kind of like Blood Fountain does the same thing.
I think you're going to be choked on mana, so like the Soulstare I've had pretty good luck with, and it feels pretty good.
It's very inexpensive, right? This is a pretty good one. Like early on, it's terrible late, but like
the other one gets another creature, the other enchantment you were looking at, but it's
five
more
mana. Yeah, exactly. Like you can go Soulstare Expedition on turn 2 and extort it, and then later on you're just going to be able to get 2 creatures back, which is pretty excellent. Are there any new cards that have come out in Set MKM?
It's a 1 mana proactive play that on turn 2 you can extort it.
Yeah.
No way. I mean, you have to choose between putting the counter on it or extorting it.
If it's turn 2 though, I would always extort it. Yeah, because you're going to get the lands, right? You're going to get it. There's not a lot. There is actually, what is it, Sanguine Indulgence? Sanguine Indulgence says if you've gained 3 or more life this turn, it's a 1 mana, get 2 out of your graveyard. That's pretty good. But we have to extort it. Oh, no, we have to have extorted some other spell.
That seems steep.
That's hard. Yeah, it's not going to work.
Because then we want to be like, okay, sorcery speed. I'm going to do multiple
And
things. To
you know what? Actually, even better here is just good old-fashioned Wander in Death. I think.
I thought you were already on that.
No, I think this is where we want to be, though, right? It's not like the best of all the recursion spells, but it's certainly the most dynamic, right? Because the problem with recursion spells is when they're open, you're in your opening hand, and you're in a matchup, or you're in a matchup where creatures aren't dying. This card just rots, right? But Wander in Death. Or, sorry, your recursion rots. But this card can cycle. You just cycle it, get a new card. Like, it's not useful right now. Get rid of it, right? I think that would be a great compromise.
I'd say I am more excited about the Soul Stare, but...
Soul Stare is nice sequencing-wise, right? Just playing it on turn 2. Feels pretty sweet.
And just like
It's 1 devotion for Gary.
That's true.
You know, there's another class of cards that we haven't talked about yet, like Blood Tithe. And like Siphon Soul type cards. These ones that just like hit everybody for damage. That like close the game down. And actually, maybe if we're looking at those, and maybe even like cards like Corrupt, right? Come into the picture. Although pretty regularly Corrupt is like... with
the number
6
of...
mana.
Yeah, with the number of Heckin' Chunkers you have and the number of draw spells, I think mana is a big, like, let's try to make that something we can cheat a little bit, you know?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's another question too. Like, we don't have Bubbling Muck in here. And we actually have enough card advantage that rituals could get paid off, right? Like Bubbling Muck doubling our mana and then killing the table with Pestilence is very real. Or Crypt Rats.
That is like the 2-card combo. That's
yeah. Or like Bubbling Muck and I have like 8, like tap my Mortuary Mire and then like make 18 mana with my 9 swamps and then just like do all the things like sweep the board, edict it, play initiative, go, extort all those spells too. Bubbling Muck seems really good, actually. Let's do that. Let's try it. I think I
more and more I think removal is creature based because that's the thing that supposedly gets every deck. So if you can attack a game on an axis of I don't have to have anything in play, I can just boom, you're dead. That's a good place to be. So
I think so. Yeah.
Bubbling Muck seems all right.
What do you think about Tragic Slip?
I played Scarlet Thrynax. I even have troubles getting it to work in there sometimes, and it's like I think one of the best sack decks, the best one I've built. There's probably better ones, but
yeah,
I don't believe
it's kind of a 1 mana kill spell when you're doing more than one thing. When you're taking more than one game action, it's you know, it's
so sorcery speed most of the time.
So most of sorcery speed. Sometimes though, it does. It's a little can be a little dodgy, right? Like if other things are happening, if other things are dying for some reason, then sometimes it feels like it's always on, right? And then there's other times where it feels like, how do I turn this on? Do I need to like deadly dispute my own commander to like make this happen? And then it feels like not very good, but it is 1 mana. I've actually even been seeing like Clay has been running Disfigure lately.
Which figure?
Disfigure. This one. 1 mana -2/-2, as you know. Instant speed. Which I think is going to feel really bad sometimes.
It was a playable card in it was like a super playable card in 60-card Pauper frequently.
Yeah.
Like, it's a decent card. The instant speed is super relevant.
Yeah. Yeah. That's true. The other thing that we never squared up on was Persistent Specimen. And I think that that's probably fine.
With the number of edict creatures and things that you play, like
Upgrading your edicts is
And-
definitely good.
and you're probably not on the Corrupted Conviction Village Rites.
I am not, no.
Yeah, that makes
Mainly, and maybe I could be, because like technically Thrull Parasite is just like a fine target.
sense. No, you're giving up your win condition for cards.
I mean,
Cards in
yeah,
your hand don't win game.
it's a 1-mana commander though too. Like, so
It's an option.
it's an
but-
option you have. Like, it's not my favorite thing, right? I would feel better if this deck also had like the, like if this deck could play Haunt of the Dead Marshes, I would 100,000% play this card in here, but it doesn't work with a non-legendary commander. So, yeah. Okay. And I think the removal suite's good. Ashes to Ashes and Oubliette are on the table. Although I think I could actually potentially do better than Oubliette. Because, like, the double black pips, it's a good card,
Whoa.
right? But, like, double black pips aren't that big of a deal in this deck when I'm already extorting everybody.
Are you on Brain Spoil?
No. What is Brain Spoil hitting that you want other than Gary? It hits Monarch,
It
hits
hits
Initiative,
Gary.
it hits Poison Belly Ogre, it hits Gary. It also hits, what other 5-mana spells? That's it, but you know what? Like, I could see it. Initiative is just one of the... Initiative and Monarch, right, are big reasons to play Control. Or they're like a big part of Control, sorry, is what I mean. So being able to find them, it's also just a kill spell. It's a pretty bad one, but, you know.
Yeah, but I mean,
Yeah, I can see it.
it does hit Gary.
Yeah, Gary's very good. It closes the game out. Am I happy paying 8 mana for Gary? You know, maybe not, but... yeah, but it's also getting like Staunch Throne Guard. It does get Poison Belly. It does get Underdark Explorer. That's pretty much
I mean,
it.
that does do the opposite I said of like, let's make your deck more mana efficient. It's like, now let's attack 3 onto a 5-mana spell.
Right. But it's like you're talking about trying to solve problems. So I think that's fair. I guess there's part of me that's looking at the removal suite and wanting to lean it down a little bit. Parasitic Impetus is really good, but Parasitic and Oubliette could also... Parasitic is so good, dude. It just doesn't work with edicts that well, right? But Parasitic, like, making people clap each other is better than killing their creatures, in my opinion.
Yeah, and you're not so far on the edict train that you're doing the
Grave Flickering.
the 5-mana or 5 or 6
No.
mana exploiter.
I'm not doing Rot-Tide Gargantua, and I'm not doing Slum Reaper. I have Chain Devil, Fleshbag, Demons, Tithing Blade, and Extract a Confession, which are just the best ones, right?
Yeah. It is nice that they fill your yard while performing a thing.
Yeah,
which
they
makes,
are good.
I've been able to make a lot more decks consistent that way.
Yeah.
But
'Cause-
there is a drop off after you play those that you're playing.
I'm just thinking about Parasitic Impetus like being important against like a Dargo or like some big Voltron threat where you put an impetus on it and then it just like kills everyone for you, or they have to kill it, or somebody else has to kill it. It's kind of the exact sort of like
They-
2
they
for
still-
1.
They still do 7 or more if there's like double strike or whatever a turn to you, which is, even with your extort, pretty scary.
7 or more a turn. You mean with like a Dargo Ketis?
Yeah.
Well, they end up doing They end up doing 5 because you gain 2 life.
That's true.
And you're also extorting. I mean, that's pretty gross if you put one on a Dargo, because then it becomes a 2-shot. And we don't have any issue killing Dargo in this deck. There's a lot of ways to kill Dargo. A lot of ways. Not the least of which is just sticking it under an oubliette and laughing straight to the bank.
That's true.
It's a pretty shitty thing to do to a friend, but you know, it brings me some joy.
It is good at the end of the day, like just to be like, your commander is off. This is a problem you have to solve.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
I think it's okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 3/4 of my removal is 2 or less mana, which is really good. I think that's pretty fine.
Yeah.
I could also potentially, let's see, what are the... I only have 2 of them that are like plunder removal, like Candy Grapple and Final Flourish. The other ones are all a little less conditional.
Yeah, those ones pop up in my, like, should I cut these, like, really often, and they've stayed in my deck?
Oh, you know, another card is a Seal of Doom, which I think is often better than Executioner's Capsule.
You get forced into using it pretty quick, though, I feel like.
Well, you get forced into using Capsule pretty quick, too. I don't even know that I like Capsule that much anymore. It's the same thing as Honored Heirloom, right? It's the same thing. You just have to hold up 2 mana all the time. Right, or you feel really stupid when people do stuff and you don't have it up.
Yeah, that tournament I was in a game against Teshar and Scholar, and I play it, and Teshar commits to the board without any protection, and I'm like, and I know that I'm gonna lock out the Scholar deck if I keep it up, but I'm like, well, they know I have it, and I can either let this Teshar deck do their thing, or I just spend 3 mana on a removal spell and just do it now.
Yeah.
And so I just did it, and it has been feeling weird.
I think it's a card that people like. It does contribute to devotion. You know, it does some cool stuff, but it has a color. You know, it's not like Aether Spellbomb, where it's colorless. So protection does work against Executioner's Capsule. It is a cheap spell that I can play to just trigger things, but it's not useful as a permanent to sacrifice because you almost always want it in play for the purpose of removal. So you don't want to Deadly Dispute this card. You can, but like I don't even think I can remember the time, like the last time I did that. I don't think I've ever done that. I don't think I've ever plundered away an Executioner's Capsule.
I haven't either.
Yeah, so I think we're gonna ditch that one, and I think I would just rather have Doomblade. Although the other one that I was mentioning before, Seal of Doom, is the other option too, because it is free to activate, but it's harder to extort.
Disfigure.
Disfigure could be another one too. Because I have lots of tools for big things, so maybe Disfigure, just straight up Disfigure. Oftentimes,
those 1 mana spells. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, you know, actually, instead of Disfigure though, the card I would advocate for these days is Lash of Malice.
What's that?
Same thing, except it gives +2 -1. So it's a little bit more flexible, right? You can kill things, or you can potentially. It's not that likely to happen, but I don't know what the downside is, right? Downside is like
You've lost a whole class of creatures with 2 toughness that you can't kill now.
+2 -2.
+2 minus. Oh, it is -2.
Yeah. No, so it is Disfigure, but it gives power.
Okay.
So it's kind of Nameless inversion in a sense, a little bit like that.
So in combat,
you could push damage with it. You can also help other people push damage with this. Make trade. You could actually. Oh, you know what this card does really well? In combat, somebody trades, they think it's favorable, and then you make it unfavorable for both of them. Make the small one big, or the other way around. Yeah. That's kind of interesting.
That is interesting.
But I would play that over that. The other cards, like, what do you think of Mirrodin, Avenged, and You're Already Dead?
I
They're
think they're
janky.
too cute a lot
They're
of the
too
time.
cute. Yeah, like too cute. Yeah. Okay.
I would say that play the +2 -2.
Yeah. Lash of Malice. This just kind of puts respect on the Malcolm name, because Malcolm has definitely been doing some pretty savage shit lately.
There's a lot of untappers that are 2 toughness.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, there's another one that we haven't actually talked about here, which is the new, and this one is not cheap, so this is part of the reason I don't play it, but it's the new Slice from the Shadows, Uncounterable -X/-X. So this is a 3-mana disfigure that's uncounterable, but hexproof still stops it. It gets through ward.
It's a bad rate.
It's a pretty bad rate. I don't love it. But it's just a card I wanted to mention along the way. Yeah, I think disfigure is going to be good here. Lash of Malice. Lash of Malice also does give oh no, it kills our commander if we put it on our commander. We can't just buff the toughness, but we can like buff up like a Gloomfang Mauler if it gets through with Menace. Give it a little extra oomph, or a Troll of Khazad-dûm.
I don't see myself doing that often.
It's not going to happen very often, no. But I think that the ability to like mess up combat for people could actually be really good with Lash of Malice. The other card that we didn't talk about is Paralyze in black. You know that one?
No.
1 mana aura. They have to pay 4 to untap their creature. It taps down a creature. It's like a blue effect that's on a black card. 1 mana aura. Taps the creature, and then they have to pay 4 to untap it every turn, which is kind of like tapping it forever. Right? And the other thing, too, by the way, is Lash of Malice could just be Doomblade. So, like, could just be Doomblade. Doomblade's ready.
So the point I was going to make about 1 mana removal spells is I think that they unlock... Like the fact that they unlock the rest of your mana so that you can spend like turn 4 playing a 3-mana spell and being safe, rather than like I only have access to 2 mana if I want to be safe. So I'm just going to play. I'm going to spend all of my mana.
Yeah.
And when you're needing to extort,
yeah,
the 1 mana is extra important.
I agree. Yep, definitely keeps our tempo up, and I think this is something that I've been doing a lot of lately in a lot of my decks, is really focusing on having spells conducive with high tempo gameplay. A little bit cheaper spells, where possible. There's still just cards that you want to play because they're good. Like I actually don't have Feed the Swarm in here, which could be wrong.
I don't like Swarm.
I think it's a necessity in a lot of black decks, but like I don't think I need it in this deck. Like what aura, like what enchantments I'm worried about. Like Oubliette specifically, obviously, kind of sucks, but like
it's not the end of the world either, though. The deck works.
The deck still
pretty
works
well without.
Yeah, and honestly, like I don't know what world Thrull Parasite is the thing that needs to be Oublietted, right? Like, sure, I mean it's a thing you can do, but like it's not fabulous. And then the Deadly Dispute.
Unless people are on Oubliette nowadays, I think.
I don't think they are. Yeah, I mean I've been dropping Oubliette from some of my decks too, so. Are there other 2 mana? Let's see. MV equals 2 O tag draw O2. Other 2 mana draw 2s out there, like Costly Plunder I could be playing. There's actually Scion of Halaster. I'm just looking at Read the Bones, and I'm not sure whether I want to be paying.
I don't like Read the Bones. I said it before.
Yeah.
I would have rather have had that instant speed.
So just Costly Plunder.
That
Or
too.
Or what if it was just like Dusk Legion Zealot?
I don't know.
I've also got pointed
Desperate.
discussion too. Pointed discussion and read the bones. Because here's the thing, you got to remember that those cards, they turn on the plunder cards. And the plunder
Yeah.
cards are the best card draw in black. So like there does need to be some respect paid towards like how do we do the plundering thing?
The one that makes the bloods you keep, or the blood you keep. But I think read the bones
Because it makes a game piece that we can sacrifice. So it's kind
Yeah, I thought
the pointed discussion is kind of like comparable to a Phyrexian Rager in the sense that it's like drawing cards and making a game piece, except that it's drawing 2 cards, which is better than Phyrexian Rager. Are there other things that
I would I thought you had Costly Plunder. I would definitely play that over Read the Bones.
Yeah.
It's instant. Like, you're not generating another game piece, like you said, but I think everything else does.
Yeah. And it doesn't lose me life either. It gains me life.
Yeah.
Right. That's another big difference. Right. You gain 1 if you extort one of these spells. And we do have life to spend, but like we could also just not. We could also just not lose life. So 100. This is at 100 cards. It's looking pretty solid. I'm excited about the Bubbling Muck. I think that this is also probably a deck that you could leverage Dark Ritual with really well. To do some like busted like turn 2 initiative type stuff. Right? Which I don't love that game plan because it kind of sets you in the crosshairs, right? And when you're normally trying to be like the last thing that people can deal with reasonably.
You're the inevitable.
You're the inevitability. Yeah, like cards like Bubbling Muck here aren't to like crank out something early. It's to have like a big explosive turn that puts us in the driver's seat. Right? Like a turn where we like make, I don't know, what does it look like? Maybe we tap like a mana rock, like an Arcane Signet, and then we have like 7 swamps in play, or like 6 swamps in play. Say it's like 6. Then you have 12 mana, and you go like
Gary.
or like Pestilence, pay 2 into it, cast Vicious Battle Rager, hold up a 2 mana kill spell, that kind of thing, right?
If they're not just within range of like, Pestilence,
right? Or just some like a Pestilence
7.
Gary type thing. Yeah, totally. I just think often about the sequences of like how do you clear the board and then secure the initiative of the Monarch as a way to like set up your inevitability, like where you start to draw as many resources as everybody else is. Because if you're in a 2v1, like if the combo player is gone and you're a 2v1, the Monarch helps you play that game by drawing as many cards as they do. Right? You draw 2 cards, they draw 1 card each, right? Initiative is kind of the same way, a little bit more aggressive, but it fills you.
You've also just got like way more draw spells than.
Oh yeah, 27.
Most decks.
27, dude.
That's a lot. People don't get to play that many because their life will run out.
Or because they don't have 27 good draw spells to play in their deck.
That's true.
Right? Another card too that we could look at is Foreboding Fruit as like another version of pointed discussion. If the goal is to just make something that we can sacrifice, it is like kind of a bad draw spell. We're always going to get the food token off of it. The food is probably not that relevant because we don't really need the life. We could in some cases, but it is a game piece. It's another thing we can sack to like Deadly Dispute and whatnot. So that could play here too.
I'm not convinced on that one.
You think that the blood is just like looking at another card, which is nice. It's really good.
You're going to have
a
a lot of lands in your hand. Yeah.
Take a land, get rid of it. Yeah. Yeah, this is great here, right? Draw this, Thrull, Parasite. It feels so good to just play your commander on 1 every game. And here we're in no rush, right? So you probably just...
Too many draw.
Actually, in this case, no, you just run out Ichor Wellspring. Next turn you can Fanatical offering it with extort. So it's not
And then-
super important.
I guess you could do it at instant speed, but you're
Right.
going to discard to hand size.
Like here, I would probably just go 1-2, extort the persistent specimen, and then hold up Vendetta, knowing
That's
that I
really
probably won't need it, and then I can start
I'm
sacrificing
glad we got the
these.
Vendetta.
Yeah, Vendetta's very good. Yeah. Let's just say we have to use it. Okay, let's just do that.
Mhm.
And then we go, geez, look at all this. This is very nice. This is just like such a huge, just draw 4 cards. It's so crazy. Makes Siphon Mind look bad.
It does.
It does. Plunder is busted, dude. It's just like plundering is some of the bigger draw spells we've ever gotten in black. It does take 2 card slots in your deck and 2 cards in your hand to do. So it is.
Unless you're getting those off of like your blood tokens and stuff,
Mhm.
which
Mhm.
it frequently happens.
Yeah, like here, I think
It's
I
part
would.
it's part of a persistent specimen that's a recurring resource.
This is kind of funny because I don't actually want to plunder here because I'm gonna draw too many cards, right? Or actually, I'm gonna play a land. So what if I go plunder this? And we're gonna do it with the map token, like that. Plunder this. Draw 1, 2, 3, and then we didn't hit an untapped land, so we go Bajuka Bog. And then we have 1 up here, which could cycle to find a land or play Nihil Spellbomb, or we just map. Actually, that's what we're going to do. We map onto Thrull Parasite, I think, because we have this to sacrifice. So we look, we get it. Yeah, that's nice. Okay. Oh, and we would have had to discard a hand size there.
Not if we did the map at instant speed, or can you
Oh, no,
not?
it's sorcery. Yeah.
Mm.
So we would have had to discard something, which, not great. But I don't know what we would have discarded. Maybe Point of Discussion.
Seems right.
Yeah. And then it's probably Swamp. So like here, we could make 8 mana with Bubbling Muck. That's crazy, dude. 8 mana? What could you do with all that power? You go like Extract a Confession Troll. I don't know. The funny thing is when you look at the damage on it, like cards, like expensive cards like this, when you play them out, you can't extort them as much. So cheaper spells allow you to extort a lot. And so if you extorted twice on 2 cheaper spells instead of playing 1 large one, you actually get all the damage that Troll will do on his next combat in extorts.
So I think this turn I'd be you're
Not
probably
Bubbling
pressured
Muck?
to play a removal. You're
Yeah.
pressured to play a removal spell. So
Like
I would
this.
at least play that. You're gonna have 1 spare.
So let's go Bubbling Muck.
Mm.
1, 2. Maybe we just go Night's Whisper.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think we're paying the extorts on these, right? Maybe we are. Because we can pay the extort and then play the Extract a Confession. So yeah, let's pay the
Yeah.
extort and then we'll draw 2. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Which we could go Nihil Spellbomb.
You could spellbomb and play your removal spell, your Extract a Confession, and extort both of them.
1, 1, 3. Yep, and then 3. Yeah, I had to do the math on that one. That was kind of hard. Vendetta. So all these here for this one, and we extorted all 3 of those. That was a pretty big turn, right? And look at this. We took all those game actions. There's like 7 cards in our graveyard, and we still have 5 cards in hand. The Bubbling Muck was sweet there. Very sweet. And Bubbling Muck also, well, actually now we can't do it, but we if we'd had this in hand, we could have tutored for Pestilence and played it. Although Pestilence right now in this early stage of the game, probably not what we need. So here, look at this. There's just another draw 3 tucked into our mana base. It's very nice. We could go 1, 2, 3. Costly Plunder the Persistent Specimen.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Put our walls up to combo. Extorting. Because we don't have any removal. So we won't fake it. Study Hall, I will hide that, I think. Unless we want to go Study Hall, Extort, Troll. But I think
Study hall isn't the concern. I think for most people.
Yeah, that's true. Usually I like to hide these, but I think in this it's totally fine. So we could go like dross pits and then like pass the turn, and then mid turn we can go like 1, 2, 1, 2. Maybe what are we sacrificing here though? Do we want to bring this
You're
back?
bringing
Like
back the
this.
That's
and
why that
then-
one's special, is because you can do this.
Yeah, this is the crazy thing. And then Deadly Dispute, drawing with an extort, which we could actually not extort. That's probably the smarter thing. And then have 2 mana. So we can draw into 2 mana removal. And well, we drew into this. This card is so good. Spinning Darkness is so crazy. So like, let's just say we have to, right? Pay 1, extort it, right?
Yeah.
And then draw. I mean, this is great. Like turn 8, we've very much disrupted people. We've extorted like 7 times, right? But we are looking at kind of like the turn 11, turn 12, right? Which is reasonable. It's still fine.
Yeah, it's what the deck. It's a slower deck.
Yeah, it's a slower deck. But it's like
but
I'm
it
not
does
the
have
only
that
one.
inevitability and
I'm not the only one doing damage at the table. That's the other thing. Right? Like there's
yeah,
other
you're,
people.
You're surviving it.
Yeah. Yeah. And like here, boy, I don't know, you kind of just like go hog wild, right? Like 1, 2, 3, sack the treasure. Or maybe actually because we have the flicker controlled. Who's there? Oh, what's up? What's
It's
up?
Hive.
Hey, how you doing, Cryptid? Good to see you.
Doing all right. How are you?
Doing fine. So like pay a black here, draw 1, 2, 3. And then just 1, 2, 3 for Felwar Stone extorted. And then we've got Victim of Night up. And then somebody tries to act a fool. We Victim of Night, extort, untap, and then we just lock everybody down. 1, 2, 3. Oubliette paid with the extort. Although actually here, do we have enough to just get Pestilence? 1, 2, 3. Pestilence. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we would. So this is like the game-ending play. You tutor for Pestilence, play Pestilence, clear the board, and then just like we've got more life than everybody else. Like, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Thrull Parasite would be a really fun one to take to this. It's definitely a deck that kind of like TPI, it like has a game plan that it like executes very consistently. You know, cheap commander does thing.
Yeah.
Right? It's like
It builds in
TPI,
that
like
resiliency.
play TPI, cast spells. Thrull Parasite, play Thrull Parasite, cast spells, pay extort sometimes. Don't die, kill everyone. You know, that's kind of the game plan here.
I think more and more we probably improved to how many times you can extort pretty significantly.
Yes, the curve is looking nice, and that's a nice ski slope there, right? Definitely a nice density of these 1 and 2 things here, with a trickle of larger, higher impact spells, many of which are actually not expensive spells in the early game. Like, for example, Gloomfang and Troll are just lands that happen to make our curve look bigger. But in early game, they're just a land, right? And cards like Spinning Darkness are also just 0. Snuff Out 0. Yeah, Faceless Butcher, what do you think about this card? This is another one. It's kind of...
I'm scared. I'm too scared to play that card.
Yeah, it hits commanders. Always kills commanders. We don't have any Grave Flickering. It is a thing that you can hit off Throne of the Dead 3, but it could just be something else. It could be a Doomblade. It could be a Befoul. Or it could be a Brain Spoil.
That's something.
If we were going to do Brain Spoil, I would probably add Rot-Tide Gargantua to the deck too, just so that we had an edict that we could search for with it. Brain Spoil is pretty bad though, man. What is this card? It's like 5 mana, can't be regenerated, destroy it if it's not enchanted. The fuck? I don't know, man.
Maybe it is too far out there.
It's pretty
You got a lot
deep.
of stuff to do with your mana.
Right. 5 mana spell. Like,
I just like as many cards that are just like, boom, you win. Like, how can I craft a win out of this hand? I want cards that are just like, and this does it.
Yeah. Well, then the other way to look at it is we have Dimir Houseguard. What if we just added a land destruction and a kill spell like Befoul, right? Because there will be Gretchens. It's the same thing. It's a 4-mana kill spell. Just can't hit it off Throne of the Dead 3. But we don't have ways to reuse Faceless Butcher anyways, so...
Yeah, I think Faceless Butcher is a little...
We're gonna take Befoul. I think Befoul is the way to go here. And we're gonna remove this Dimir Houseguard tag, and we're gonna add in lands. Land destruction. Yeah. Nice little toolbox there. Got our fog. We don't have anything for enchantments. That is definitely a thing that I'm seeing here. And we don't have Wander in Death. That's the other card that we wanted to get in here. Wander in Death would be sweet. We could cut an Edict. I don't know that we necessarily need 5. Like,
they're the good ones.
They are the really good ones, yeah. And it is cutting a creature to add a card that gets creatures back, which is kind of weird. But like currently, the only ways to get creatures back, which are part of the win condition, like the Troll and the Gloomfang Mauler, is Mortuary Mire, Witch's Cottage, and Blood Fountain. I could add Haunted Fengraf back to the deck.
Doing that too much does make your deck super dirtily.
What do you mean? Like edicting too much?
It's a problem I came across in Neva. Is cycling a ton and then bringing them back, and it just like makes your deck chug without doing anything. Which playing 20-something...
Recursion is a very slow form of card advantage, right? It's very grindy though, like which is good, but I don't know that we necessarily need it. It's okay if these cards never come back. We've got lots of ways to win. So the question would be then, but the nice thing about the Wander in Death is that you can just cycle it. That's really nice.
Super dirtily still.
Super dirtily, yes.
To cycle it, you can't extort on it.
Yeah. The other cards that come to mind are just like the ETB drain creatures, because they're basically getting like the extort without... Like that's another way to close the game out more rapidly, is to have those, and that's a plan that I've looked at in other decks. Like I'm working on a mid-range Larry deck right now that does that, right? Where you just like everything is all the symmetrical damage and it's all healing you at the same time, which is pretty cool.
Larry brings the total of damage you need to do with your deck so low, though.
Well, I mean, then it makes it so you kill people very quickly. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
although in the
need
same...
to think about dragging out the game, and like this is a control deck.
Yeah. I just think those cards do fit in with this plan. It would just look a little bit different, right? Like maybe instead of going as deep on the Edict, you could go a little bit lower on that. You could go a little bit lower on like maybe Arms of Hadar.
Gargantua, maybe?
Gargantua could potentially not be there. Although I think that this card is going to frequently be the inflection point for when we start to turn the corner, right? Drawing 2 cards on a 4/4 is just so heavy. It's pretty expensive, but it is what it is. We also have Infernal Idol in here, which is interesting. Like, there's a lot of permanents here that convert themselves into cards later on.
I think those are pretty important in a control deck like this.
Yeah. Bonder's Ornament, Network Terminal, Infernal Idol, very good. Fountain of Ichor is one that I've consistently found to be really good. Dude, Fountain of Ichor, the best thing you can do with this card is animate it when you go into the Forge and make it into a 5/5. And it's just like this 5/5 in your mana base. That feels really good. Same with Guardian Idol, make it into a 4/4, or Fleet Wheel Racer, make it into a 5/4. It's just there. Doesn't die to sorcery speed removal. What's that?
Can't say I've ever done that.
I have done it a couple of times actually, in recent memory even. So Cool. Well, this is actually a really good little exercise on some of these decks. Thrull, Parasite, Wood Sage, looked at Lanius. I still don't think I have like a clear answer on whether, and you know, maybe on like Legate Lanius and whether it wants like all the edicts that I've got in it right now, the extra ones. But I think that's partially because because like edicts don't always do what we want them to, and sometimes they do a lot, right? Sometimes they're just so oppressive, and sometimes they're not as good, right? Edicts are just a higher variance card. You get more value, but you get higher variance. Sometimes you don't want to use them because the things on the board are important and you have them in hand. And other times, everybody has their commander in play and you just take everybody's commander a play for 3 mana, which is ludicrous, right? And then clearing creatures so that Legate can actually push through, going like Legate, clear the creatures, Edict, clear the rest of them, hit somebody for 8, is very proactive for a control deck, right? It's very strong. So that's the only other question that I think we haven't answered on this stream. But I think we are going to wrap things up here, and I really appreciate you joining in here, Lobbert, to just hang out. I was planning on getting a couple more games in today, but I think server's a little sleepy today. People are busy with other stuff, and so I'm glad that I got one game in, and I'm glad you got some games in too. You got 2? Did you get 2?
Yeah.
Cool. Sweet. And sorry, Cryptid, that we aren't sticking around to chat more, but we have been chewing the fat for some.
That's fine. I
some
already
time
got
now.
my game in tonight. My game's in tonight.
Good. Excellent. Are you going to be in the tournament? Sanctuary tournament?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yep.
Very cool. Very cool. All right. Well, lads, lords, ladies, everyone else, now we're going to wrap things up here. For all you watching, thank you for joining us today. I'm sure that there's probably been some influx and outflux of people over it because it is, just more of a conversational stream, just kind of unplanned and unfiltered. But thank you all for being here. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, of course, make sure on the way out to leave a like if you enjoyed the content and leave a comment for the algorithm once the video ends if you want to support this content getting in the hands of more people. If you want to support in financial ways, you can go to patreon.com/common connoisseurs, where you can sign up for the supporters only section of the Discord for only $2 a month, which is a great way to see all the updates to decks like this, which I will post in the Discord. Make sure everybody knows about it. You can go and follow the threads, and there's literally like 100 decks or more in there of just mine that I'm keeping up to date and going back through. So it's a great compendium, great resource. It's the only place where you can see updates to my lists or be notified about them. And with that, thank you, Lobbert. It was great chatting with you, dude.
Yeah. Have a good one.
Yeah, thank you, man. Yep. And Connoisseurs of Fine Common Cardboard, thank you so much for being here today. Wherever you are in the multiverse, we'll catch you on the battlefield. Peace out.